Chapter 2077. Sumi Kong's expression was somewhat gloomy. Could Yi Xian have cultivated by himself? He naturally did not believe it. A person without resources would never be able to reach this stage. Moreover, that Xiao Ta was so heaven-defying. He had never appeared in the 6 realms before. So how could he appear in Yi Xian? Not simple. Thinking to hear, Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. Little friend, what are you saying? Didn't I say it just now? If. That is if. My Xian race has no grievances with little friend. So why would we target little friend? Our common enemy is the ancient race. What do you think? Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior, what do you think of my suggestion just now? If you are willing to give me 5-star veins, I can announce to the outside world that Xiao Ta is from the Xian race. I can even prove it to the ancient race. As long as you give me 5-star veins. 5-star veins. Sumi Kong was silent. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, If Senior is not willing, then I will go talk to the heaven realm and have them stand on the moral high ground. At that time, Sumi Kong suddenly pointed his finger, and a storage ring flew in front of Yi Xian. There were exactly 5-star veins in the spatial ring. Sumi Kong smiled and said, Little friend, Xiao Ta is now from my Xian race. Yi Xian put away the spatial ring and nodded. It's yours. Sumi Kong suddenly smiled and said, Little friend, did you come to the 6 realms alone? Of course not. When Yi Xian said this, he quickly stopped and then said, Of course I came alone. Sometimes, one had to say the opposite for others to believe. Yi Xian was sometimes very confused about this society. If you told the truth, no one would believe you. If you told a lie, they would believe you. Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian and then smiled and said, Little friend, we will meet again. After saying this, he turned and disappeared. Yi Xian looked into the distance, then turned and left. High up in the clouds, Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian's departing figure and frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Beside him was an old man. The old man wore a cloud-colored robe. His hands were behind his back, and his expression was cold. This person was the Tian clan leader, Tian Chan. Tian Chan suddenly said, You gave him 5-star veins just like that? Sumi Kong smiled and said, I think it's quite worth it. Tian Chan shook his head. I don't like him. Sumi Kong said with a smile. I don't like it either, but there's nothing we can do. Just like he said, we need to have a good reason. Otherwise, what excuse can we use to declare war on the ancient race? After a moment of silence, Tian Chan said, Is Xiao Ta's ability really that overpowered? Sumi Kong's expression gradually turned serious. It should be right. Otherwise, the ancient realm wouldn't do this. Tian Chan said solemnly, Then we can't give them too much time. Sumi Kong nodded. I'm not worried about the ancient race, but the nether race and the celestial race. Saying this, he turned his head and looked. I'm afraid that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Tian Chan frowned. At this moment, Sumi Kong said, Contact them and see what their attitude is. If they work together, of course it'll be great. If they don't. Saying this, he sneered. Then everyone just wait and watch the ancient race grow. Tian Chan nodded. I'll go to the nether race. You go to the celestial race. Saying this, he turned and left. Sumi Kong also disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Yi Xian stopped. He opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. There were 27-star veins in the storage ring. 27-star veins. Yi Xian's lips curled up, and he put away the storage ring. He actually needed a lot of star veins. Every time he cultivated, he needed to consume a large amount of spiritual qi. The spiritual qi in Xiao Ta's body wasn't enough to support his cultivation. Xiao Ta. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that Xiao Ta had been taken away. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian wasn't worried. No matter whose hands Xiao Ta ended up in, they definitely wouldn't mistreat Xiao Ta. Of course, he wouldn't really give up on Xiao Ta. Yi Xian looked around, and then disappeared on the spot. About a day later, the leaders of the nether race, celestial race, Shimi race, and sky race suddenly gathered in the ancient world. Ancient world. The leader of the ancient race, Gu Ming, appeared in the sky above the ancient world. He looked at Tian Chan and the others and smiled. Leaders, what brings you to my ancient world today? Shimi Kong, who was in the lead, smiled. Leader Gu Ming, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here today to return something to you. Gu Ming narrowed his eyes. Return? Shimi Kong nodded. Yes. To tell you the truth, Yi Xian belongs to the mountain realm. That pagoda of his also belongs to the mountain realm. I don't know how he offended the ancient clan leader, but the ancient clan leader actually wants to steal his pagoda. In short, I asked the ancient Ming clan leader to return the pagoda. Haha. Gu Ming suddenly laughed. Shimi Kong, don't you think your excuse is laughable? Shimi Kong smiled. It looks like leader Gu Ming doesn't believe me. Gu Ming narrowed his eyes. Believe? Shimi Kong, do you think I'm an idiot? Shimi Kong coldly said. If leader Gu Ming doesn't want to return it, then we can only offend you. Gu Ming mockingly said. Shimi Kong, when did you become so hypocritical? If you want to take the tower, then take it. Don't make it sound so grand. Shameless. Shimi Kong coldly said. Everyone, let's do it. His voice fell. Boom. Dozens of powerful presences appeared in the sky above the ancient world. They were all break world level. Aside from that, there were hundreds of freedom transformation elites. Clearly, the four races had sent out their elites. Gu Ming's face was calm. Shimi Kong, do you really want to do this? Shimi Kong coldly said. Ancient Ming, if you are willing to hand over Xiaota, we will leave immediately. Gu Ming smiled. There is only one tower, and there are 4 of you. Who should I give it to? Shimi Kong mockingly said. What? Do you want to play such a low-level trick in front of us? Gu Ming smiled. Shimi Kong, I will ask you one last time. Do you really want to be this shameless? Shimi Kong squinted his eyes. He suddenly felt a sense of unease. Something was wrong. The elites of the 4 races had gathered. Why was the ancient race so calm? This was not normal. At this time his face changed. He saw the patriarch of the dark race, and the patriarch of the god race suddenly disappear. Shimi Kong suddenly turned around and slammed his palm down. Boom! When the palm fell, he fell into an unknown and mysterious space-time abyss. After entering that space-time abyss, a black fist suddenly broke through the air and went straight for his head. Shimi Kong's eyes flashed with anger. He raised his right hand and slammed it down. Boom! When the palm fell, the space-time abyss boiled and was destroyed. It became a black space-time black hole. Shimi Kong's face looked terrible. The one who had attacked him was Underworld leader Nancy. On the other side, Sky leader was being held down by God leader Kugan. Betrayal. Shimi Kong's face looked very ugly. At this time, the ancient Ming suddenly laughed coldly. Shimi Kong, do you really think the ancient race is stupid enough to want to take Xiaota for ourselves? The ancient Ming knew very well that the small pagoda's allure was too great. The other 5 races would never give it up, and they definitely wouldn't watch as the ancient race grew bigger. Therefore, the ancient race had to find allies. He chose the strongest of the 4 races, the underworld and the god. Shimi Kong looked at underworld leader Nancy. Nancy said calmly, you have your choice. My underworld race has our choice. Shimi Kong suddenly laughed. Good. Very good. Haha. Gu Ming said calmly, kill. As soon as his voice fell, countless ancient clan experts shot up into the sky and charged towards the Sumeru race and the other experts. On the other side, the god race and underworld experts also charged at the Shimi race and sky race experts. Seeing this, Shimi Kong's eyes flashed with ferocity. Retreat. Return to the world. Return to the world. Although the sky race and Shimi race had many experts, they could not beat the ancient race and the other 2 races together. Returning to the Shimi realm, they still had the power to fight. There was a great formation in the Shimi realm. Hearing Shimi Kong's words, the Shimi elites turned around and fled. It was not difficult for the break world elites to leave. After all, when they were at their level, as long as they did not want to fight, it would take at least 3 break world elites to keep them here. However, the free embodiment realm experts weren't that strong. In the field, when the Shimi race and sky race's unrestrained transformed experts retreated, the ancient race and the other 2 races attacked the unrestrained transformed experts of the sky race and Shimi race. Slaughter. Without a break world expert in front of them, the unrestrained transformed experts of the two races were slaughtered. In less than a moment, all the unrestrained transformed experts of the two races were killed. However, the unrestrained transformed experts of the Shimi race and Sky race all retreated. In the field, Gu Ming's face was gloomy. This was because he noticed that the Underworld and God race did not really fight the Sky race and Shimi race. Otherwise, they would have killed some break world experts. Clearly, the Underworld and God race were wary of the ancient race. At this time, the Underworld race leader, Nancy, suddenly looked at the ancient race leader Gu Ming. Look at Xiao Ta. Look at Xiao Ta. The God race leader Kugan also looked at Gu Ming. In the field, the atmosphere became tense again. Xiao Ta. All three races wanted to keep him in their hands, especially the ancient race. Now that Xiao Ta was in their hands, how could they be willing to hand him over? After a moment of silence, Gu Ming smiled and said, "Leaders, let's enter the pagoda." As he spoke, he brought Nancy and Kugan into Xiao Ta. When they entered Xiao Ta, their expressions instantly changed, because they noticed that the time inside Xiao Ta was actually different from the time outside. Wasn't cultivating in their heaven-defying? No, heaven-defying wasn't enough to describe how terrifying Xiao Ta was. Kugan and Nancy glanced at each other, and there was a deep sense of shock in their eyes. At this moment, Nancy suddenly said, "This pagoda has a spirit?" Gu Ming nodded. Nancy glanced at the surroundings and said, "Xiao Ta, who created you?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta's voice resounded. "My sister. Her name is Tianming, and she's a blacksmith. She only knows how to forge treasures, and doesn't know how to fight. She's extremely weak. She has many treasures in her possession. Do you want to meet her?" Chapter 2078. Tianming. Inside Xiao Ta, Nancy and the other two frowned. They've never heard of this name. Gu Ming asked, "Tianming? Who is she?" Xiao Ta answered, "She's a blacksmith." Gu Ming asked again, "Why haven't we heard of such a powerful blacksmith?" Xiao Ta smiled. "She's been hiding it all this time. How did you know?" At this time, Nancy suddenly asked, "She has many treasures on her?" Xiao Ta answered, "Yes." Nancy immediately asked, "Where is she now?" Xiao Ta answered, "The Milky Way." Nancy frowned. "The Milky Way?" Xiao Ta thought for a moment, then said, "A very, very far place. You might not be able to find it. I can lead the way for you." Nancy and the other two looked at each other in silence. Gu Ming suddenly said, "You seem to want us to find her?" Xiao Ta smiled bitterly. "3 big shots. My pagoda soul is in her hands. She used it to control me. If you can kill her, I will regain my freedom. At that time, I, Xiao Ta, am willing to serve you 3 big shots." Gu Ming suddenly asked, "What's your relationship with that Yi Xian?" Xiao Ta answered, "He's Sister Tianming's brother, ignorant and incompetent, only knows how to act cool." Gu Ming was confused. "That's it?" Xiao Ta answered, "Yes." The three looked at each other in silence. At this time, Kugan suddenly said, "You said that Tianming who forged you only knows the art of forging, but isn't strong?" Xiao Ta answered, "Yes. She doesn't know how to fight." Of course, he added in his heart, "She only knows how to kill." Kugan's expression was cold. "She reversed the time in this pagoda. And you say she's not strong?" Xiao Ta sighed. "She's strong just because she reversed time? It's just a perverted trick. When you catch her and figure out the theory behind it, you'll know how easy it is to do this. Also, if you want to catch her, you have to be quick, because little mistress. Oh no, because that Yi Xian might run away with her. Once she hides again, it will be difficult for you to find her again. Don't blame me for not warning you. Her escaping skills are very good. Once she hides, you won't be able to find her." The three of them were silent. Tianming. They had never heard of this person. Actually, the three of them were a little tempted. If what Xiao Ta said was true, then this woman named Tianming was a treasure trove. However, the three of them still felt that something was amiss. Xiao Ta's words were a little misleading. Nancy suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, what's the background of that woman called Tianming?" Xiao Ta was silent. Nancy frowned. "What's wrong?" Xiao Ta said, "I'm just a tower. How could I possibly know so much?" South Priest's expression froze. At this time the ancient Ming suddenly said, "You too, what do you think?" Kugan coldly said, "This Xiao Ta is flowery, his words are not true. We can't trust him completely." Nancy also nodded slightly. He also felt that this Xiao Ta was not reliable. But the ancient Ming said, "I think we can go see that woman." Nancy and Kugan looked at the ancient Ming. The ancient Ming solemnly said, "First, if that woman can create a heaven-defying Xiao Ta like Xiao Ta, then she can create other heaven-defying treasures. She must have a lot of treasures on her. Second, even if that woman is powerful, with our strength, even if we can't defeat her, can't we retreat unscathed?" Nancy and Kugan were silent. The ancient Ming continued, "Moreover, Sumi Kong and Kugan have been in contact with that Yi Xian. There's no guarantee that they won't cooperate. If the Tian clan and Sumi tribe obtain that woman's treasures, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us." Nancy and Kugan looked at each other, then nodded. In the end, they still decided to go see that mysterious Tian Ming, because at the moment, just one Xiao Ta really wasn't enough. Could it be that the three clans would fight? That wouldn't be good. If that Tian Ming had other treasures on her, then this problem would be solved perfectly. Gu Ming glanced at the surroundings and said, "Tiny pagoda, take us to see that woman." Xiao Ta said, "There's no need to see her." The ancient Ming frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Ta said, "Find Yi Xian, then she will appear." The ancient Ming said solemnly, "We don't know where Yi Xian is right now." Xiao Ta giggled. "I know, I'll take you to him." Yi Xian. The ancient Ming looked at Xiao Ta. "Then let's go find him." With that, the three of them left Xiao Ta. Under Xiao Ta's lead, the three of them directly left the ancient realm. In the depths of a mountain range, Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly raised his head, and in the next moment, a Xiao Ta appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw Xiao Ta. Then his expression changed greatly, because the three ancient Ming also appeared in front of him. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "Xiao Ta, what the hell are you doing?" Xiao Ta said, "Don't talk, watch my performance." Yi Xian. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Little soul, come here for a moment." The azure sword trembled slightly, then flew in front of Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta brought Little Soul to the three ancient Ming. "Take this sword and sense it, then you'll be able to sense where she is." Yi Xian. The ancient Ming looked at Xiao Ta in front of him. "Are you sure?" Xiao Ta said, "I'm sure. If she appears later, remember to act quickly. Don't let her escape, she's very fast." The three ancient Ming looked at each other. At this time, Kugan suddenly said, "Something's wrong." Nancy's expression was also gloomy. "Indeed, something's wrong." The three looked at the azure sword, and when they saw it, a trace of unease arose in their hearts. At this time Xiao Ta suddenly said, "So you're afraid?" The ancient Ming looked at Xiao Ta. "Are you trying to provoke us?" Xiao Ta said with a smile, "No. Whether you find her or not, it's up to you." The three ancient Ming were silent. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, "Xiao Ta, you actually let them find Qing. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Xiao Ta said indifferently, "I'm just a Ta." Yi Xian said indifferently. Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, "Xiao Ta, she created you. And you actually brought outsiders to find her. I'll kill you." With that, he directly rushed towards Xiao Ta. His speed was very fast, and before Xiao Ta could react, he directly punched him. Bang! Xiao Ta was directly sent flying. The three ancient Ming were dumbfounded. What is he doing? In the distance, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Fuck you." Yi Xian was about to attack again, but the ancient Ming directly blocked in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, watch yourself." Yi Xian coldly looked at the distant Xiao Ta. "Selling out your master for glory. I look down on you." With that, he looked at the ancient Ming. "Let me tell you, don't listen to his nonsense. My sister is very strong. If you find her, she will definitely kill you with a sword." Xiao Ta suddenly said, "You three, think about it. If the brother is so weak, how strong can the sister be?" Yi Xian's expression froze. The ancient Ming glanced at Yi Xian, then looked at the azure profound sword in front of him. "You too, why don't you try?" Kugan said solemnly, I still feel a little uneasy. The ancient Ming laughed heartily. With the three of us here, do you think she can kill us in a second? With that, he directly held the azure profound sword. In the next moment, the azure profound sword slightly trembled, and a moment later, the azure profound sword suddenly burst out with a sword cry. The ancient Ming suddenly looked up, and gradually, the space in the horizon directly became illusory, and then, the illusory space began to become clear. Yi Xian looked up at the space with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Qing it's been a long time since I've seen Qing. She should be fine in the Milky Way, right? No. The Milky Way should be fine, right? At this moment, a woman in a plain dress appeared in the space. She stood by the side of the street, and on both sides of the street, there were people walking to and fro. It must be said that standing there in a plain dress, she was undoubtedly the most eye-catching existence in the entire street. Passers-by's eyes would occasionally look at her. Not just men, but even women couldn't help but look at her. Beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but there was also an indescribable temperament about her. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress was standing in front of a watermelon stall. In her hand, there was a piece of watermelon missing a corner. Obviously, she had already taken a bite. Seeing the woman in the plain dress holding the watermelon, Xiao Tao's mind raced. At this moment, he had secretly decided to eat some watermelons in the future. On the other hand, Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. Qing likes to eat watermelons. On the other hand, the ancient Ming and the others frowned. What the hell is this place? The world in the image was completely different from the world they were in. It was strange and strange. One look, and they could tell that this was not a good place. At this moment, the woman in front of the woman in the plain dress suddenly smiled. Miss, will you pay in cash or scan? The woman in the plain dress looked at the woman and slightly frowned. The woman hesitated for a moment, and then said, Cash scan. In the 6 worlds, Xiao Ta suddenly said, It's over. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta. What is it? Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Sister Tian Ming may not scan. Yi Xian smiled. Qing is omnipotent. She will definitely scan. Xiao Ta. In the Milky Way, the woman in the plain dress looked at the woman in front of her, without saying a word. Being stared at by the woman in the plain dress, the woman suddenly felt a little panicked. This miss, a piece of watermelon is only 2 yuan. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress suddenly opened her right hand. In the 6 worlds, a watermelon suddenly flew out of a watermelon field. The watermelon carried a strand of sword qi as it soared into the sky. Then it instantly tore through the space-time barrier of tens of millions of starfields, destroying countless stars along the way. As soon as the watermelon entered the Milky Way, the atmosphere above the Milky Way was suddenly torn open, causing the entire Earth to violently tremble. In the end, the watermelon fell into the woman's palm. She put the watermelon in front of the street vendor. Here you go. Then she turned and left. Everyone asking for votes. For God's sake, please give me one. It's too tragic. I've never been in the top 10 of the monthly votes. If I don't have a ticket, I can give a tip. Chapter 2079. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Xian looked at the Qing on the screen with his mouth wide open enough to stuff an egg inside. The small pagoda trembled slightly. He was extremely worried about the Milky Way. That watermelon almost destroyed the Milky Way dam. The Milky Way was almost destroyed because of a watermelon? Can you believe it? The 3 ancient Ming's expressions were extremely solemn. Although the plain-dressed woman only sent a watermelon over, she made it travel through the space-time barrier of tens of millions of galaxies. Was that even something a human could do? The 3 of them only wanted to say one thing. Holy shit. One had to know that the watermelon itself wasn't some divine item. Just how terrifying was the power needed to make a watermelon travel through countless universes? Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. The plain-dressed woman appeared on top of an abandoned building. She turned around, and her gaze fell on Yi Xian. Who bullied you? Who bullied you? Before Yi Xian could speak, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Sister Tianming, it's those 3. They bullied the young lord, and even said they would destroy her soul. so that she would never be reincarnated. Yi Xian. The three ancient Ming frowned at Xiao Ta's words. The plain-dressed woman suddenly looked at the three ancient Ming. The ancient Ming was about to speak, but the woman suddenly said, "If you have anything to say it in your next life." With that, the sword in her hand suddenly flew up. Swish! In the 6 realms, above Yi Xian's group, a sword suddenly pierced through the air. It was the walking sword. The three ancient Ming's expressions changed drastically at the sight of the walking sword. A hint of ferocity flashed through Gu Ming's eyes, and he suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist. A moment later, he stomped his right foot on the ground and shot into the sky. When he got close to the descending sword, he suddenly punched out. The moment he punched out, the surrounding space boiled. However, the moment his fist came into contact with the green profound sword, swish! The Qingxian sword pierced straight through the ancient Ming's fist and entered his body through his fist. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the ancient Ming was like a deflated balloon. Countless forces swept out from his body and were annihilated. Instant kill. The surroundings were instantly silent to the point a pin drop could be heard. The ancient Ming was instantly killed. Yi Xian and Xiao Ta were not surprised. Wasn't it normal for Qing to kill people in seconds? Nancy and Ku Gan were completely dumbstruck. One strike. The ancient Ming was killed in one move? At this moment, their minds had already gone blank. To the side, the ancient Ming who had yet to completely disappear had a confused look in his eyes. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Just like that, his soul disappeared bit by bit. At this moment, the stride sword floated out from his soul, and in the next moment, the stride sword slashed towards Ku Gan. Ku Gan's expression changed drastically. He didn't retreat, because he knew he couldn't. The speed of this sword was already abnormal. He couldn't dodge it at all. Ku Qian took a step forward. With this step, the walk sword was enveloped by a white light. The daybreak world. However, the walk sword had only just entered the daybreak world, when it was instantly annihilated. Ku Gan's face was ashen when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, there was only a single thought in his mind: I'm finished. Hiss. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the walk sword had already entered the center of his forehead. Bang! Ku Gan's body shook violently, and then his body and soul started to be annihilated. His soul was swiftly annihilated. He was instantly killed again. Ku Gan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he gazed at the woman in a plain dress. He hadn't finished speaking when the walk sword suddenly flew out, and his body and soul vanished. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and 2 spatial rings floated over to him. The spatial rings of Ku Gan and the ancient Ming. Yi Xian glanced at them, and it didn't take long for his eyelids to twitch before he hurriedly put them away. Meanwhile, Nancy spoke with a trembling voice. I surrender. Surrender. Yi Xian and Xiao Ta were stunned. Nancy spoke with a trembling voice. Say, Senior. I surrender. Surrender. Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, Aren't you too spineless? You surrender just like that? You should at least resist a little. Nancy glanced at Xiao Ta and cursed in his heart. Damn it, it's easy for you to say that. Resist? Would I still be alive if I resisted? Meanwhile, the woman in a plain dress opened her palm, and the walk sword appeared in her hand. She hadn't chosen to kill Nancy. The woman in a plain dress turned around and looked down. From her position, she could see half of the city. The woman in a plain dress remained silent as she looked down. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Qing, The woman in a plain dress turned around to look at Yi Xian. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked Arya. Is she all right? The woman in a plain dress nodded. She's not dead. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman in a plain dress asked, You know her? Yi Xian nodded. She's helped me a lot. He felt that it was necessary to put in a good word for Arya. He had a very good impression of this little girl, and she was a very loyal little girl. The woman in a plain dress nodded slightly, and then she said, She's over there. Is she all right? Yi Xian smiled and said, She's all right. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and he hurriedly said, Qing, I have a few questions to ask you. Qing nodded. All right, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Qing there are two realms. One is breaking circle, and the other is drawing circle. However, I didn't choose to walk on these two realms. Instead, I chose to enter the circle. You should know that I've entered your circle, right? Qing nodded slightly. Yes, Yi Xian said in a low voice. After I entered your circle, I comprehended a wonderful state, which is meditation. However, I don't know how to go next. Qing thought for a moment, and then said, focus. Yi Xian frowned. Focus. Qing nodded slightly. After you calm your heart, you can focus your mind. Mind is also called the spirit or the soul. After you calm your heart, concentrate your mental power and soul's power on one point, and then use the sword from the heart. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Use the sword from the heart. Heart sword. Qing nodded. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I've comprehended the heart sword a long time ago. These years, I've always felt that I'm walking on the same old path. Qing smiled faintly. It's normal. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Normal? Qing turned around to look down at the city, and then she said in a light voice. Look at these people. For the sake of making a living, they leave every single day in the morning and return at night. Practically every single day of the year is boring. What is their life? Work, eat, sleep. Day after day, year after year, until the end of their lives. As she spoke, she turned to look at Yi Xian. It's not just them. Everything in this world repeats itself, like the sunrise and sunset, like the ebb and flow of the tide, like the flower blooming and wilting. Repetition isn't a bad thing. Every repetition is a new cycle, and also a new starting point. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Can you put it in simpler terms? At the side, Nancy suddenly said, This seems to be very simple already. I understand everything, young friend you. Qi. At this time, a sword flew out of nowhere, and directly entered Nancy's mouth. Bang! Blood spurted out from the back of Nancy's head. It was the walking sword. However, the walking sword didn't kill him. It just froze him. Nancy was dumbfounded. The woman in the plain dress glanced coldly at Nancy. Are you very smart? Nancy's expression was extremely ugly. When did I suffer such injustice? But he didn't have the slightest thought of resisting. This woman is strong to the point of instilling despair in me. The woman in the plain dress paid no attention to Nancy, and she gazed at Yi Xian instead. The heart sword is divided into many different types, and many types are divided into many layers, and many layers are divided into different realms. She hesitated for a moment when she spoke up to hear, and then she said, It's truly difficult to explain with words, but you don't have to care about all of that. I'll simplify it for you. Cultivate concentration, and do as I say. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it for now. We can cultivate it first, and then slowly understand it afterwards. Yi Xian was speechless. Nancy was flabbergasted. Damn it. You can play it like that. How is cultivating any different from cheating? Yi Xian nodded slightly. All right. Then I'll cultivate concentration. He hesitated for a moment when he spoke up to hear. And then he asked, Qing when that person resisted your walking sword just now, he used a special type of space, the daytime space. There's a mysterious power of time passing within that space. Can you describe that type of space? Qing fell silent. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. You don't know? Qing shook her head. I'm thinking about how to simplify what I know so that you'll be able to understand it. Yi Xian's face froze. Xiaota hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Young master, you should work hard and read more books in the future. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Qing said, The realms in this world of yours are a mess, so I'll simplify it for you. Now I'll divide it for you. There are only two types of space. One is normal space. What is normal space? This is the space-time where all living things live. This space-time is the normal space-time. There is another space-time called the special space-time. This special space-time is more complicated because there are many types. The White Day realm that you saw just now is just one of them. It's very complicated how this special space is formed. To put it simply, time flows at a different speed than normal space. Yi Xian asked again. Why does time flow at a different speed than the outside world? Qing thought for a moment. And then she said, because the density of space is different. Yi Xian frowned slightly. And then he continued to ask, because the density of space is different. Qing was silent for a long time. And then she said, because when each type of space is formed, there are various factors that cause the density of space to be different. For example, the difference in the spiritual qi in each space will also affect the density of space. More importantly, there are some special substances in space that are difficult for ordinary people to see. And it's not something that can be explained in a few words. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he asked again, how is this space formed? Also, how were those substances formed? Boom! The abandoned building under Qing's feet suddenly turned into nothingness. Next to Yi Xian, Xiaota said in a trembling voice, young master, can you ask some questions about the world of the living? Sister Qing won't be angry with you, but it doesn't mean she won't be angry. If you ask again, the Milky Way will disappear. Yi Xian. Chapter 2080. Yi Xian looked at Qing hesitated, and then said, Qing said softly, you're still lacking in knowledge. There are many things you don't understand. That's normal. When she spoke up to this point, she thought for a moment, and then she opened her palm. An ancient book suddenly appeared in her palm. Yi Xian was curious. What's this? Qing said, I prepared it for you. It contains some basic knowledge. You can find the answers to any questions you have about swordsmanship and martial arts. The ancient book floated out and appeared in front of Yi Xian the next moment. Yi Xian hurriedly bent down to catch the ancient book. He opened it and saw that the first page was Spirit Concentration. Focus. Yi Xian was taken aback. Then a white light entered his forehead. Boom! Yi Xian's body trembled. Soon a lot of information rushed into his brain. Focus. Among the information, Qing gave him a detailed introduction on how to cultivate. Qing also made very detailed notes on some space-time knowledge, as if she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to understand. Qing suddenly said, cultivate slowly. If you feel tired, then don't cultivate. Yi Xian was stunned. He looked at Qing don't cultivate? Qing nodded. I'll protect you forever. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Qing suddenly turned around and looked towards the horizon in the distance. There were a few dozen flying objects in the distance. A voice came from the sky. Cultivator, you've been surrounded. Raise your hands now. Now. Dozens of red lines were aimed at the woman in the plain dress. The woman in the plain dress turned to look. Let's talk next time. With that, the image suddenly disappeared. Beside Yi Xian, Xiaota said in a trembling voice, It's over. It's over. The Milky Way is done for. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Nancy intended to leave. Yi Xian looked at Nancy and asked with a smile, Where are you going? South's face froze. He hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, do you have any instructions for me? Yi Xian smiled and said, South Division Patriarch, don't you think you should express your gratitude? Nancy glanced at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Young Master Yi, what kind of compensation do you want? Yi Xian opened his palm, and 2 storage rings appeared in his hand. They were the storage rings of the ancient Ming Patriarch and the ancient Ming Patriarch. He looked at Nancy without saying anything. How could Nancy not understand? He immediately handed his storage ring to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Yi Xian said with a straight face. I'm not that kind of person. Nancy's expression froze. Yi Xian was a little unhappy. Do you think I'm the kind of person who bullies others? Let me tell you, I'm not. Nancy's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, aren't you? Of course, he didn't dare to say the truth. He immediately smiled and said, Young Master Yi, I've given you a lot of trouble in the past. This is a small token of my appreciation as an apology. Please accept it, young Master Yi. Yi Xian put away the storage ring and said, South Division Patriarch, since this is a token of your appreciation, then I'll accept it. Nancy hurriedly nodded. Thank you, young Master Yi. Yi Xian nodded slightly. South Division Patriarch. I have another presumptuous request. You don't mind, right? Nancy was a little hesitant. Please speak, young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Not now, but if I need any help in the future. You also know that I have no one to rely on here. I don't even have a helper, so. South Division Patriarch immediately said. If young Master Yi needs anything in the future, just let me know. Just give the order. Our Nether clan's original young master. You will not hesitate to climb a mountain of swords, or dive into a sea of flames. Yi Xian was stunned. Why has this fellow suddenly become so proactive? Actually, South Division Patriarch was unwilling in the beginning, but later on he thought about it in a different way. Wouldn't it be an extremely good thing if the Nether tribe could ride on Yi Xian's coattails? This might be an enormous opportunity for the Nether tribe, because that woman in a plain dress was truly too terrifying. Yi Xian said with a smile. Thank you so much, Leader Nancy. South Division Patriarch hurriedly said. No. It's an honor for my Nether tribe to be able to serve young Master Yi. It's an enormous honor. Yi Xian was speechless. South Division Patriarch hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, can I ask you a question? Yi Xian gazed at South Division Patriarch and said with a smile, Go ahead and ask. South Division Patriarch fell silent for a moment before he said, Who was that senior just now? Yi Xian roared with laughter. She's my younger sister. Younger sister. South Division Patriarch spoke in a low voice. Was she really young Master Yi's younger sister? Yi Xian nodded. You don't seem to believe me. South Division Patriarch smiled with embarrassment and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled and said, Are you wondering why the younger sister is so strong while the older brother isn't so strong? South Division Patriarch smiled with embarrassment and didn't speak. Yi Xian sighed softly. To tell you the truth, I'm actually very strong as well. However, I encountered a slight problem in my cultivation that day. South Division Patriarch frowned slightly. Young Master Yi is recultivating? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. Yes, I'm recultivating. Moreover, I've lost some of my memories. Once I recover them completely, then there won't be anyone in the universe that I can't deal with a single strike of my sword. South Division Patriarch glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it was fine so long as he knew what was going on. Yi Xian was just about to speak when two powerful auras suddenly appeared here. It was the Shumi race's patriarch, Shumi Kong, and the Tian race's patriarch, Tian Chan. Both of them glanced at their surroundings and frowned slightly. Shumi Kong spoke in a low voice. What happened? Yi Xian smiled. It's nothing. The Gu race's patriarch and God race's patriarch have withered away. They're gone? Both of them were stunned. Shumi Kong turned to look at South Division Patriarch. You did it. South Division Patriarch glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Shumi Kong looked at Yi Xian. You did it. Yi Xian laughed. Who do you think did it? Shumi Kong looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, don't play tricks here. You. South Division Patriarch suddenly laughed coldly. Shumi Kong, you really are a brainless person. Shumi Kong looked at South Division Patriarch with narrowed eyes. What do you mean? South Division Patriarch sighed. Shumi Kong, 2 Break World elites died just now. Do you want to be the third? He actually wanted Shumi Kong to provoke Yi Xian, but he was afraid. He was afraid that the plain-clothed woman would appear again. That woman clearly had a bad temper. If she appeared again and killed him while killing Shumi Kong and Yi Xian, how wronged would he be? He really didn't want to see that plain-clothed woman again. Too scary. Hearing South Division Patriarch's words, Shumi Kong frowned slightly. He looked at Yi Xian again. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm leaving. After that, he put away Xiao Ta and turned to leave. At that moment, Shumi Kong suddenly said, Wait. Yi Xian turned to look at Shumi Kong. What is it? Shumi Kong hesitated and then said, Then Xiao Ta. South Division Patriarch suddenly became angry. Shumi Kong, are you retarded? Is that right? Huh. Are you retarded? You bastard. Yi Xian was speechless. Shumi Kong was furious as well. South Division Patriarch, don't play tricks on me. I won't fall for it. You. At that moment, Tian Chan suddenly retreated to South Division Patriarch's side. Shimi Kong didn't understand, but he did. Who was South Division Patriarch? He was the Netherworld Patriarch. In the entire 6 realms, his strength was second only to the God Race Patriarch Kugan. South Division Patriarch's attitude towards Yi Xian was very abnormal. Respect. Why was South Division Patriarch so respectful to Yi Xian? Clearly, the deaths of Kugan and the ancient Ming were related to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could kill those two, then he could kill them. Offending Yi Xian at a time like this was not a wise decision. Seeing Tian Chan stand behind South Division Patriarch, Shimi Kong frowned. Tian Chan, what is the meaning of this? Tian Chan was silent. He felt helpless. Damn it. Why was Shimi Kong like an idiot? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spread out Xiao Ta and smiled. Patriarch Shimi Kong, you want this Xiao Ta? Shimi Kong looked at Yi Xian and said in a low voice, Yi Xian, don't forget that you sold this Xiao Ta to me. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I think so. Shimi Kong said in a low voice, this Xiao Ta belongs to my Shimi race. Xiao Ta suddenly said, what makes you think I'm yours? Sumi Kong glanced at Lil Tower. He already sold you to me. Xiao Ta said angrily, he said he sold me to you so I'm yours? Shimi Kong frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiao Ta said indifferently, what do I mean? I said I sold the 6 realms to you. Now the 6 realms are yours. Shimi Kong's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yi Xian. What? You're not going to keep your word? Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Ta suddenly said, it has nothing to do with young master. He doesn't have any rights to me. My rights are with master. He has no right to sell me to you. Shimi Kong said angrily, didn't you call him young master? Xiao Ta said angrily, you know he's young master as well? There's an old master above him, and the old master isn't dead yet. So he can't inherit me. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it. What the hell is this Xiao Ta talking about? Shimi Kong slowly clenched his right hand. I can tell. Both of you are playing with me. Xiao Ta was slightly speechless. Old fellow, you're the one who's a joke. Why do you believe his words? Shimi Kong said angrily. You stupid tower. Shut up. Xiao Ta. Shimi Kong looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, when you sold it to me, the old man only asked you one question. Do you admit it? Yi Xian nodded. I admit it. Saying so, he looked at Xiao Ta. It's yours. Shimi Kong looked at Xiao Ta. You stupid tower, did you hear that? Your master admits it. Xiao Ta suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Young master, how many star veins did you sell me for? Yi Xian hesitated and then said, 5. Xiao Ta was furious. Young master, you wastrel. I'm the family heirloom that your father left for you. And you only sold me 5 star veins? 5. Can't you sell a bit more? Yi Xian. P.S. The story of the Milky Way galaxy will only appear in the foreign chapters. The new foreign chapters are already in the process of being written. Finally, please vote. Please. Please use votes to insult me. Chapter 2081. When he heard Xiao Ta's words, Sumi Kong's expression instantly turned ugly. He finally understood. This man and tower were playing with him. Sumi Kong clenched his right hand and punched at Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was calm, and he had no intention of attacking. Meanwhile, South Priest suddenly stood in front of Yi Xian, and then he smashed his fist towards Yi Xian. Boom! Their powerful powers had just come into contact when the starry sky around them boiled, and then was annihilated. Then, the two of them entered a mysterious space-time abyss. Sumi Kong stared at Nancy. Nancy, what are you doing? Nancy turned to look at Yi Xian, and waited for Yi Xian's instructions. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll do it. Nancy was stunned. Young master you? Yi Xian nodded slightly. He glanced at Sumi Kong and smiled. I'll do it. Actually, he had wanted to fight a break world expert for a long time, because he didn't know what level his combat power was at. In any case, Avalokitesvara was absolutely no match for him, and he wanted to see if he could kill a break world expert. At that moment, Nancy hesitated and said, Young Master Yi, are you sure? Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't worry. If I can't beat him, I'll call for help. As he spoke, he walked toward Sumi Kong. Nancy's expression froze when he heard Yi Xian's words. Call for help. When he thought of that terrifying woman in a plain dress, he couldn't help but feel terrified. At that moment, Yi Xian had walked in front of Sumi Kong. He looked at Sumi Kong and smiled. Do it! Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian and said, You overestimate yourself. As soon as he spoke, he flipped his right hand, and Yi Xian was instantly sent into the daytime world. However, Yi Xian's expression was calm, and he didn't panic at all. In next to no time, Sumi Kong frowned because he noticed that nothing had happened to Yi Xian in the Daybreak realm. At this moment, Yi Xian took a step forward. With this step, he directly left the Daybreak realm. When they saw this, the expressions of the three Break World experts changed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. He came out just like that. Sumi Kong looked at Yi Xian like he was looking at a monster. You! Yi Xian flicked his thumb, and the green profound sword flew out. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Sumi Kong. Sumi Kong's expression instantly changed drastically. He was just about to attack when his hair instantly turned white. Moreover, his entire body started vanishing at a visible speed. On the other hand, Nancy and Tian Chan's expressions changed drastically, and they retreated explosively. This retreat was over 100 kilometers away. Both of them looked at Yi Xian in the distance with shock in their eyes. Time passed. Because time was passing in the area where Yi Xian was. And it was passing at a speed that was even more terrifying than the daylight world. The green profound sword stopped around 10 inches away from Sumi Kong's forehead. At this moment, Sumi Kong was as old as a piece of rotten wood. His lifespan had come to an end. Yi Xian's attack had severed his lifespan. Meanwhile, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. Sumi Kong suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. What is this attack called? Yi Xian stopped moving. He thought for a moment and said, Life-severing. Life-severing. Sumi Kong's eyes were filled with confusion. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be so weak. However, this is already my weakest attack. Alas! Sumi Kong was speechless. When he saw that Yi Xian was about to leave, Sumi Kong used the last of his strength to ask, Since you're so strong, why are you pretending to be so weak? Yi Xian turned his head to look at Sumi Kong, and then he said, Acting cool, understand? Sumi Kong died on the spot. Yi Xian disappeared at the end of the horizon with small pagoda. Nancy and Tian Chan fell silent. At this moment, Yi Xian turned back, and the two of them were stunned. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. I was so pretentious that I forgot to bring something. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Sumi Kong's spatial ring flew into his hand. Then, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Nancy and Tian Chan were dumbfounded. After a long time, Tian Chan said solemnly, Did he kill Gu Ming and the others? Nancy was silent for a moment before he said, Would you believe me if I said no? Tian Chan looked at Nancy. No. Nancy said softly, His sister killed them. Who knows how many star regions they are separated by? Tian Chan said solemnly, His sister? Is she very strong? Nancy looked at Tian Chan. Why should we? Oh no, if we fight young Master Yi we can still live. If we fight his sister. As he said this, he shook his head. Just wait for death. Tian Chan was speechless. Nancy suddenly asked, Why is Sumi Kong so stupid? He shouldn't be. Tian Chan was silent for a moment before he said, I didn't expect him to be so stupid. South sighed in a low voice. We still need to keep a low profile and be humble. Why did Gu Ming die? Because of arrogance. He still remembered Gu Ming's words. I don't believe she can kill me. Try and die. One shouldn't be too high profile. Yi Xian brought Xiao Ta and appeared in the clouds. At this moment, Yi Xian was very excited. Life. He didn't expect the sword skill he created to be so powerful. 1/to/life. When that sword came down, not even a Break World elite could block it. That was too scary. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, if I knew you were so strong, I wouldn't have played those fancy tricks. Yi Xian laughed. Xiao Ta, do you think I'm strong too? Xiao Ta said. You're a bit stronger than before. As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Young master, aren't you worried about me being captured? Yi Xian said seriously, Worried? I think I should be worried about Gu Ming and the others. Xiao Ta was stunned and then said excitedly, Why? Yi Xian said seriously, Who are you? You are the #1 tower in the universe. I really can't think of anyone who can kill you with your intelligence aside from the 3 swords. Xiao Ta smiled. Young master, be low profile. Low profile. Yi Xian sighed. Gu Ming and the others meeting you is their misfortune. Xiao Ta laughed. Young master, actually, I think you're quite strong. Although your power isn't as strong as master, you're still young. Let me tell you, when master was your age, he was far weaker than you. Yi Xian carefully looked around and said, Don't talk nonsense. Dad is still very strong. Xiao Ta smiled. When master was your age, he really wasn't as strong as you. Plus, master had a backer in the past. Although he wasn't as strong as your backer, he still relied on others. Anyway, in my heart, young master, you aren't any weaker than him. You wanting to surpass him is just a matter of time. Yi Xian smiled. Xiao Ta, you followed Dad for a long time. I believe that Dad's achievements today are partly due to you. Xiao Ta laughed. Low profile. Low profile. Haha. Yi Xian looked around and felt a bit guilty. Then he turned around and disappeared. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the spiritual world. Ling Tian already knew about the fall of the ancient Ming and the others. She also knew that it was related to Yi Xian. Inside the room, Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. You did it. Yi Xian smiled. You mean the ancient Ming? Ling Tian nodded. Yi Xian said with a smile. I killed him. Ling Tian frowned. You killed all 3? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Plus, I only used 1 sword. He paused for a bit before continuing. There's also Xiao Ta. The 2 of us joined hands and killed all 3 of them. Xiao Ta quickly replied. Yes. I joined hands with the young master and killed all 3 of them. It was as easy as blowing off dust. It was just a bit of a waste of words. At this point it hurriedly stopped. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian said, You don't believe me? Ling Tian sighed. You couldn't have killed them. Yi Xian smiled. If you don't believe me, you can ask Nancy. After that, he turned around and entered Xiao Ta. Ling Tian hesitated for a moment before turning around and vanishing on the spot. Not long after, Ling Tian arrived at the spiritual world. She found Nancy. Nancy was silent for a bit before saying, He said he killed them? Ling Tian nodded. Nancy said, Then he killed them. Ling Tian's expression froze. Nancy looked at Ling Tian. Yes, young Master Yi killed 3 Break World elites with 1 sword. Ling Tian's face was full of black lines. He isn't that strong. Nancy sighed. Don't worry about this. If young Master Yi said he was invincible, I would believe him. Ling Tian was speechless. Nancy suddenly said, Ling Tian leader young Master Yi and your spirit clan. Ling Tian said, Best friends. She was not stupid. She knew that even if the 3 of them were not killed by Yi Xian must have had something to do with it. Did she not see Nancy call Yi Xian young Master Yi? At this time, Nancy suddenly said, Ling Tian leader, let's form an alliance. Ling Tian looked at Nancy. Alliance? Nancy nodded. Alliance, forever good friends. Ling Tian was speechless. A moment later, Ling Tian said in a low voice, South ruler, what exactly happened? Can you tell me? Nancy was silent for a while and said, Young Master Yi. He is a 2nd generation. Ling Tian was speechless. Inside Xiao Ta's room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, he had entered a wonderful state of meditation. After entering this state, he began to focus. Was it difficult to focus? Very, very difficult. But for Yi Xian, it was not difficult at all. Why? Because Qing had explained this realm in detail. Not only that, but he had also taught him how to cultivate. Qing had given him the solution to all his problems. One day later, Yi Xian had successfully entered that state of focus. At this time, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, I wonder what happened to those guys who surrounded Qing, Xiao Tao said in a low voice. Young master, you should ask what happened to the Milky Way. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2082. Would Qing destroy the Milky Way galaxy? Yi Xian didn't know. He only knew that the Milky Way galaxy might be in trouble. A moment later, Yi Xian came to the daylight space-time. Because of the Qingxian sword, the power of the daylight realm had no effect on him. Not only that, but the power of the Life Slayer became even more terrifying in the daylight realm. Because the power of time was everywhere in the daylight realm, the Qingxian sword could directly mobilize it. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He entered the daylight realm not to mobilize the power of time, but to see the power of the spirit concentration realm. The moment his eyes were closed, Yi Xian directly entered the state of meditation, and then he entered the state of spirit concentration. At this moment, his mental power and the power of his divine soul were highly concentrated. Yi Xian suddenly pointed with his thumb. Buzz! The Qingxian sword directly flew out. Boom! In an instant, the daylight realm was directly annihilated. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. The power of this sword was much stronger than the previous one. In the state of meditation, everything was clear, and in the state of spirit concentration, oneself was clear. The biggest difference between the two was that one recognized everything, and the other recognized oneself. In the state of spirit concentration, he could exert everything of his body to the extreme. Invincible. Yi Xian had this feeling again. Now he had not only reached the spirit concentration realm, but also created a terrifying sword skill like Life Slayer. The breaking realm? He was no longer his opponent. But Yi Xian's mind was still clear. He didn't forget the rule that he couldn't stay cool for more than 3 days. Loki. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian opened his palm, and 4 storage rings appeared in his hand. There were nearly 50 star veins in the storage rings. These 50 star veins were the private property of Gu Ming and the others. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a lot either. In addition to what Ling Tian had given him, he now had 75 star pulses. Star pulses were very useful for Break World elites. In other words, for a long time in the future, star pulses would not depreciate. Yi Xian put away the spatial ring and left. He arrived at a starry sky. He looked around and smiled. Xiao Ta, we have to go to the next universe. Xiao Ta said yes. Yi Xian smiled and asked, Xiao Ta, do you have any expectations for the next world? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, I hope that the people of the next world are a bit stronger. Otherwise, that would be too boring. Life is only interesting when it's a little difficult. Yi Xian laughed. Yes. Let's bid farewell to the Ling Tian patriarch. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of sword light and vanished on the spot. Spiritual realm. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian in front of him and frowned. You're leaving? Yi Xian nodded. It's time to go. Ling Tian was a bit puzzled. Why? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, There are no opponents here. Ling Tian's expression froze. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Elder Ling Tian, do you know where is more dangerous? Ling Tian thought for a moment and said, Are you serious? Yi Xian nodded. The more dangerous the place, the better. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. There is a place that may be suitable for you. However, that place is really dangerous. Yi Xian laughed. The more dangerous, the better. Ling Tian was silent for a moment and said, The dead world. Yi Xian frowned. The dead world? Ling Tian nodded. It's a very mysterious place. No one in the 6 realms dares to go there, including the experts in the breaking world realm. Yi Xian smiled. How do I go there? Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian. Don't you want to understand it first? Yi Xian shook his head. No need. Ling Tian hesitated for a moment and pointed at Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom. A message entered Yi Xian's eyebrows. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Ling Tian, goodbye. After that he was about to leave. At this time Ling Tian suddenly said, Wait. Yi Xian looked at Ling Tian. What's wrong? Ling Tian said in a deep voice. I can understand that you want adventure and excitement. However, that place is really not that simple. After you go there, You better be careful. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Ling Tian nodded. Take care. Yi Xian smiled. See you later. After that, he rode his sword and disappeared at the end of the sky. Ling Tian looked at Yi Xian's sword light in the distant sky and frowned. Yi Xian left the 6 realms and went straight to the dead world. The dead world? He was not afraid at all. Why? Because when he heard this name, he knew that place was full of death qi, and he could absorb death qi. Moreover, with his current strength apart from the 3 swords, who else could compete with the green profound sword? He did not dare to say that he was invincible, but he felt that in this world, except for the 3 swords, no one was his opponent. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but chuckle. He seemed to be a little arrogant. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, should we act tough in a low profile or high profile? Yi Xian thought for a while and said, What do you think? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, Why don't we pretend to be weak to eat the tiger? I think that's good. We pretend that we are weak and wait for people without intelligence to provoke us. Then we recover our strength and beat them up. Then, if the enemy has intelligence, they will immediately admit defeat. If the enemy has no intelligence, they will call us father or ancestor. Then we can continue to act tough. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued. We can act tough in a high profile. Anyway, with our current strength except for the 3 swords, no one is a match for us. And the 3 swords are on our side. In this case, why should we not act tough? Why not? Yi Xian thought for a while and said, That makes sense. As he spoke, he laughed heartily and sped up. Before long, Yi Xian and Xiao Ta arrived at the dead world. As soon as they entered the dead world, Yi Xian frowned. He knew why this place was called the dead world. It was really a gloomy place. Moreover, there was no vitality at all. It was strange everywhere. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he walked into the distance. In a short while, he arrived at a river, and there was a blood-red stone tablet erected at the side of the river. There were 2 words carved on the stone tablet. Dead Man's River. Dead Man's River. Yi Xian sized up the Dead Man's River. The water was muddy, and there was a mysterious force enveloping it, so he could not see the bottom of the river at all. Yi Xian hesitated and said, Xiao Ta, do you want to go down and take a look? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, Young master, are you afraid? Yi Xian said with a serious expression, How could I be? Xiao Ta said, With your current strength, no one can kill you. No matter where you go, you'll be a big shot. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. That makes sense. As he spoke, he walked towards the Dead Man's River. When he arrived at the riverside, he suddenly frowned. Meanwhile, the middle of the river rippled, and then a woman floated out slowly from within it. The woman wore a thin red veil, and she had a graceful figure. Everything beneath the veil was faintly discernible, and it was extremely alluring. What temptation! Yi Xian thought of this word. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, but she didn't say anything. She just took out a comb and started to comb her hair. She combed very slowly, gently and gently. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said in his heart, Xiao Ta, what should we do now? Xiao Ta said, Hit her. Yi Xian's face darkened. Just like that. Xiao Ta said, This woman is obviously an expert. Let's exchange a few blows. Just don't kill her. Our goal is to lose, not to kill. Yi Xian glanced at the woman in the distance, and the woman suddenly asked, What's the matter? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Ask for a beating. The woman frowned slightly. Ask for a beating? Yi Xian roared with laughter. Yes. The woman thought for a moment, and then she nodded. All right. Yi Xian was about to speak when the woman suddenly vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he used his thumb to lightly push the green profound sword forward. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's pupils constricted because he noticed that his green profound sword had mysteriously returned to its sheath. What's going on? Yi Xian hadn't even reacted when a hand grabbed his throat. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's physical body shattered, and at the same time, the woman's finger touched the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom! Yi Xian's soul trembled violently, and then it was as if his body had been fixed on the spot. Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, even if you want to act tough in a low profile, you don't have to be so low profile. Don't go easy on me too much." Yi Xian. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "In millions of years, this is the first time I've met someone with such a request." Yi Xian. The woman suddenly opened her palm, and Yi Xian's green profound sword flew into her hand. She used her right hand to clamp the green profound sword's blade, and then she used the momentum to cut down lightly. When she reached the tip of the sword, she exerted force with 2 fingers. Boom! The green profound sword shook violently. It didn't shatter, but a crack appeared on the green profound sword's blade. However, it returned to normal in an instant. Not only that, a crack appeared on the woman's fingers and blood flowed out. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. It could break the green profound sword. Damn it! This time, his acting tough had failed. The woman frowned slightly, and she looked at Yi Xian. "Your sword is interesting." Yi Xian was silent. What did he say? His acting tough had failed, and he had nothing to say. The woman suddenly opened her palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in her hand. She looked at Xiao Ta, and then said, "Reverse time." At this moment Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, hit her." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. The woman looked at Xiao Ta, and then said, "It seems like he can't beat me." Xiao Ta said in a low voice, "Nonsense. My young master was invincible just now. How could he not beat you? He just wanted to act tough in a low profile. Young master, get her." Yi Xian. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Are you trying to be low profile?" "Yi Xian," Xiao Ta said again. "That's for sure. Under 3 moves, who can kill my young master?" Yi Xian was silent. He was a little embarrassed now. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, the woman looked at Yi Xian, and she looked at Yi Xian. "Your young master doesn't seem very powerful." Xiao Ta wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, stop bragging." Xiao Ta was stunned, and then said, "Young master, don't hide your strength. Get her. Let her sing conquer." Yi Xian. P.S. I'm asking for votes every day. Will you guys be annoyed? If it's annoying, then I won't ask for votes, I'll ask for tips. Chapter 2083. The woman gazed at Xiao Ta with a teasing smile in her eyes. A woman in a pagoda. Interesting. Xiao Ta intended to say something, but the woman suddenly turned around. For people were walking over from afar. All of them wore mourning robes and mourning hats, and there was a white talisman stuck between their brows. Beneath the talisman was a rotting face. They were even carrying a gift box. As soon as they appeared, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted, as if they'd fallen into a 10,000-year-old freezer. Moreover, a horrifying and strange ghostly tune drifted through the surroundings. It sounded like a child crying, and it carried a trace of desolation. It was extremely horrifying. At this moment, the woman turned around and a red robe appeared on her body. The robe completely concealed her graceful figure. She gazed at the 4 people with a calm expression on her face. The rotting man in the lead spoke in a hoarse voice. "Zhao Lord, please accept it." The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Fuck off." The rotting man bowed slightly. "I'll be taking my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he placed the gift box down and gazed at Yi Xian. In the next moment, a ball of black energy swept out from within him, and it swept towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. "Motherfucker. What's the meaning of this? I told you to fuck off, so why are you hitting me?" At this moment, he couldn't attack at all because his soul had been frozen by the woman. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have a trump card. A strand of sword energy started to tremble within his body. It was the sword energy from his father that he'd seized from Princess Ling. He didn't really want to use it because it was one of his trump cards, and he only had one. If he used it, then it would be impossible for him to use it again in the future. Just as Yi Xian was about to unleash that wisp of sword energy, the woman suddenly flicked her sleeve, and the countless wisps of black gas instantly vanished. The rotting man in the lead looked at the woman. "Zhao Lord, the dead lord said that you can't have another man by your side." The woman stared at the rotting man. Go back and tell him that the human by his side is my man, understand? Yi Xian's face darkened. Motherfucker. This woman was using him as a shield. Hearing the woman's words, the rotting man frowned slightly. This frown made the rotten flesh on his face feel like it was about to fall off. It was extremely disgusting. The woman slowly clenched her right hand. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you all. After a moment of silence, the rotting man bowed slightly and left with the other 3 rotting men. The woman turned to look at Yi Xian. She sized up Yi Xian. What are you doing here? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I'm here to take a master. Xiao Ta. The woman frowned. Apprentice? Yi Xian nodded. The woman sized Yi Xian up and said, It looks to me like you've come to court death. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman glanced towards the distance and said, Let's go back. Yi Xian quickly said, All right. With that, he turned around and left. I can't stay here for long. I have to go back and cultivate for a while before returning. Suddenly the woman said, Wait. Yi Xian turned around to look at the woman. The green-clothed man's sword energy within Xiao Ta was trembling slightly. The woman spoke indifferently. You can't leave now. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Are you talking about those 4 guys who are neither human nor ghost? The woman nodded. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this. Meanwhile, the woman continued. They won't let you go even if I protect you. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Miss, what exactly is this place? The woman gazed at Yi Xian. You didn't even know where this place is, yet you came here? Yi Xian laughed with embarrassment. I was careless. The woman shook her head slightly. I won't kill you. Good luck. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked off. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he hurriedly followed her. The woman suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Yi Xian. Why are you following me? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I'm afraid of death. The woman stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian's scalp went numb from her gaze, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, Miss Zhao. The woman suddenly shook her head. You never mean a word you say. Come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked off into the distance. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. It didn't take long for the woman to bring Yi Xian to an old temple. The temple was situated within a mountain, and it was extremely gloomy. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and felt slightly speechless. This place is like the netherworld. Yi Xian glanced at the plaque above the ancient temple. There were 3 big black words carved on the plaque. Hangzhou Temple. The woman took Yi Xian into the temple. The temple was very simple. There was a burning bonfire and nothing else. The woman sat in front of the bonfire. She looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian sat down. He hesitated and said, Miss Zhao, when you attacked me, why did my sword return to its scabbard? The woman coldly said, Reverse time. Yi Xian frowned. Reverse time? The woman nodded. Yi Xian was silent. A break world elite could only use the daylight world to speed up the flow of time. This Miss Zhao didn't need to use any time and space to reverse time. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Miss Zhao, how can you reverse time? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Do you know about daylight time and space? Yi Xian nodded. It can speed up the flow of time. The woman nodded. If you can control the time in the daylight world, then you can reverse time. Yi Xian quickly asked, How do I do that? The woman said, Do it. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian threw a punch at the woman. However, when he finished his punch, he was shocked to find that his fist had unknowingly shrunk back. The woman said, I can make time go back to a breath of time. Although it is only a breath of time, for elites like us, this breath is enough to change everything. Yi Xian was silent. A breath of time. Like the woman said, although it was only a breath of time, this breath was enough to change everything. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, Again. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Again? Yi Xian nodded. Again. Miss, be careful. After saying that, his thumb moved. Chi. The green profound sword suddenly slashed out. The moment the green profound sword flew out, the woman's expression changed drastically. Her figure trembled, and she retreated thousands of meters away. When she stopped, the temple had been reduced to a pile of dust. Life-severing. This sword domain was different from before. He directly used life-severing. After using life-severing, his sword directly broke the woman's time reversal. Because the woman's time reversal was a breath of time. When his sword slashed down, the time in the area they were in instantly flowed by tens of thousands of years. Smooth. Simply put, he was flowing with time. Just like the woman, he didn't need the daylight world. In the distance, the woman stared at Yi Xian with a solemn expression. How did you do it? Yi Xian smiled. I can communicate with the daylight world. The woman frowned slightly. Impossible. No divine object can withstand the flow of time in the daylight world. As she said that, she suddenly looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. Your sword can. Yi Xian nodded. The woman took a deep glance at Yi Xian, and didn't say anything. Why was time reversal so invincible? Because no one could flow with time outside the daylight world. So, even if one could reverse time for a breath of time, it was still a heaven-defying and invincible existence. She hadn't expected that this young man could actually flow with time outside the daylight world. That was equivalent to him being the daylight world. Needless to say, the woman was extremely shocked at this moment. Because for countless years, many people had wanted to control the flow of time within the daylight world. If they could bring it out, then they would absolutely be invincible existences. However, no one had been able to accomplish it, because no divine object could withstand the flow of time. If other divine objects could withstand the flow of time, then their vitality would flow away as well. Even some powerful spirits would turn into dust upon coming into contact with the flow of time. Moreover, the owner of the divine object wouldn't be able to withstand the flow of time, and would perish. However, the sword in front of him could. Yi Xian was extremely excited at this moment. He noticed that he didn't have to fear the flow of time at all. Not only was he unafraid of it, but it was the opposite. Conversely, experts who'd learned the power of time reversal should fear him instead. He was flowing with time. Actually, going against the flow of time was much more difficult than going with it. However, it depended on the situation. It was like water and fire. Under normal circumstances, fire was afraid of water. But what if the fire was 100 times larger than water? Under such circumstances, could water still extinguish the fire? Simply speaking, if someone's time reversal exceeded the time he took to go with it, then he would lose to that person. However, there were absolutely very few people who could do that right now. The reason he'd been bashed up by Miss Zhao at the beginning was because he hadn't executed life-severing, because he hadn't intended to kill her, and he'd merely intended to spar. Of course, he hadn't underestimated Miss Zhao, because she'd been able to shatter his green profound sword. That meant that even if she didn't use time reversal, her strength was still extremely terrifying. Besides that, Miss Zhao had been completely unharmed when he'd swung his sword just now. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "Can I have a look at that sword of yours?" Yi Xian gazed at her and smiled. Of course. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew over to her. She gazed at Yi Xian. You're willing to give it to me? Yi Xian smiled. I trust you, miss. She stared at Yi Xian. Why do you trust me? Yi Xian said with a smile. How would a peerless powerhouse like you do such a shameless thing? The woman glanced at Yi Xian, and then she sized up the green profound sword in her hand. A short while later, she gazed at Yi Xian, and she didn't say a word before she transformed into a ray of red light and vanished on the spot. Yi Xian was stunned. She's escaped. Yi Xian hurriedly swept the surroundings with his divine sense, but he couldn't find her at all. She'd vanished without a trace. Yi Xian's face was extremely dark as he stood on the spot. Damn it! She doesn't play by the rules. Chapter 2084. She ran away. Yi Xian really hadn't expected that the woman would actually run away with the green profound sword. Doesn't she want any face at all? Meanwhile, Xiaota spoke in a low voice. Young master, this woman chose to be shameless just like you. What should we do? What should I do? Yi Xian was speechless. What else can I do? In this damnable place, I'm simply like a little brother without the green profound sword. Truthfully speaking, he was slightly panicking now. because he couldn't sense the green profound sword anymore. However, he knew that the woman would definitely come back to look for him. Without his authorization, it was utterly impossible for the woman to use the green profound sword. But the problem was, what should he do during this period of time before the woman came back to look for him? If he encountered those four fellows that were neither human nor ghost, then he would probably be dead on the spot. Right at this moment, a horrifying and strange voice suddenly resounded from afar. Yi Xian's scalp went numb when he heard this voice, and he turned around and ran. He knew that those four bastards had come. Yi Xian ran madly all the way, and it wasn't long before he arrived at a desolate mountain. The mountain was extremely gloomy, and the surroundings were filled with bone-piercing coldness. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, this place doesn't seem to be a place for ordinary people to stay." Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. Right at this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared in the distance. This group of people seemed like a wedding procession, and all of them wore blood-red robes and carried a blood-red palanquin. Yi Xian had a slight headache when he saw this scene. Damn it! Do they have to make it so strange? Meanwhile, those four rotten people in white robes appeared not too far behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the white and red figures before him, and he felt extremely pained. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from within the palanquin. The aura of a living person. It was a woman's voice. Along with this voice, a woman walked out. The woman wore a large red robe and a phoenix coronet, and she looked like a bride that was about to get married. Yi Xian glanced at the woman, his expression calm, and asked in his heart, "Xiao Ta, what do you think will happen if Qing'er comes here and meets this group of gaudy hares?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "A grand burial, Xiao Ta." At this moment, the woman in the red dress slowly walked in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not run, because he could not escape at all. The woman in the red dress moved closer to Yi Xian. She blinked and asked, "Did you come in from outside?" Yi Xian nodded. The red-dressed woman chuckled. "I heard that you are Hong Zhao's man." Yi Xian frowned. "Hong Zhao?" the woman said with smile. "The woman you met before." "Hong Zhao." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "She's just using me as a shield." The woman looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Then you are doomed. Death Lord will not let you off." Yi Xian's expression was calm. "He should know that she's just using me as a shield." The woman blinked. "So what if he knows? To him, you are just an ant. Hong Zhao used you to make him unhappy. He can't do anything to Hong Zhao, but he can do anything to you." Yi Xian sighed softly. "Don't they say that experts of your level can foresee life and death danger? I am standing in front of you. Can't you feel the danger?" The woman looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian said again, "Don't they say that we can foresee fortune and disaster? Don't tell me that you have lost this ability." The woman smiled slightly. "Do you know why you are still alive?" Yi Xian frowned. The woman moved closer to Yi Xian. She blinked and said, "Do you think Hong Zhao is a kind woman? Do you think she didn't kill you because you are handsome?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "That, isn't it?" The woman was stunned, and then she shook her head and smiled. "You are really shameless." Yi Xian was speechless. The woman smiled. "She didn't kill you because she sensed danger. Otherwise, you would have been sucked dry by her a long time ago." Yi Xian glanced at the rotting man in white robes behind him. The four of them were obviously afraid of the woman, so they did not dare to attack. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman in front of him. "Miss, how should I address you?" The woman blinked. "Jia Yi." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Miss Jia Yi, it is not a coincidence that you are here, right?" Jia Yi nodded. Yi Xian asked, "Are we enemies?" Jia Yi looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "I am not sure." Yi Xian asked again, "Do you have a grudge against Hong Zhao?" Jia Yi didn't follow Yi Xian's rhythm. He smiled. "What do you want to say?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Can we talk somewhere else?" Jia Yi glanced at the four white-robed ghosts behind Yi Xian and smiled. "You want me to help you deal with them?" Yi Xian suddenly said, "Excuse me." With that, he led Jia Yi into Xiao Ta. Jia Yi's eyes narrowed when he entered Xiao Ta. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the blood in his body suddenly boiled. Jia Yi looked at Yi Xian, But Yi Xian still didn't speak. After a long time, Jia Yi suddenly smiled. This Xiaota, in your blood? Well, actually it is not important. The main thing is that I want to be friends with you. Yi Xian. Jia Yi smiled. Young master, let's go. I have been annoyed by those four for a long time. I can fix them today. With that, he led Yi Xian away from Xiaota. Jia Yi glanced at the four in the distance, and he waved his sleeve. Bang! The four were instantly blasted 30 kilometers away by a powerful force. Meanwhile, Jia Yi suddenly said, This young master is my guest. Get lost and don't disturb him. In the distance, the leader of the group spoke in a low voice. Master Jia, he is the one that Death Lord wants to kill. Jia Yi spoke indifferently. What? Are you going to use your Death Lord to pressure me? The man bowed slightly. I dare not. Jia Yi's eyes narrowed. Get lost. The man didn't dare to say anything. He just glanced at Yi Xian and said hoarsely, No one can protect you forever. With that, he was about to leave. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait. The man turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Jia Yi, walked over to Jia Yi's side and spoke softly. Can that bastard reverse time? Jia Yi glanced at the man and shook his head. It can't. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he gazed at the man. A moment later, Yi Xian vanished on the spot. Oem! A sword howl resounded abruptly. It wasn't life-severing. It was an instant of life and death. In the distance, the leader of the group suddenly took a step forward, and then he smashed his fist forward. As he punched out, countless wisps of black gas swept out from his fist. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword arrived before him. Bang! Along with a burst of sword light, a sword directly pierced through the decaying man's fist, and then it pierced through his arm and into his chest. Bang! The decaying man was instantly nailed to the space-time tens of thousands of feet away by the sword. At this moment, the man was stunned. Yi Xian opened his palm and waved it, and then a few dozen strands of sword energy shot forward. Hiss! 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 The other three white-robed ghosts weren't even able to react before they were slashed into pieces. Yi Xian walked over to the white-robed ghost who was nailed to the ground. Do you think I'm very weak? The white-robed ghost gulped and said, If you aren't weak, then why are you running? Yi Xian fell silent. Damn it! Didn't I think you knew how to reverse time? So it turns out that you don't. Based on his current strength, besides experts who could reverse time, no other experts were a match for him. Actually, even if it was a powerhouse like Hong Zhao, if he didn't use this method of reversing time, he would still have the power to fight. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath. He just flicked his sleeve. An array of light instantly killed the white-robed ghost. Jia Yi smiled. He's the Death Lord's subordinate. Killing him is equivalent to slapping the Death Lord's face. Now there's enmity between the two of you. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Miss Jia Yi, can you tell me about this place? Jia Yi was quite surprised. You don't know about this place? Yi Xian nodded. It's my first time. Cassiopeia took a look at Yi Xian. After a while she said, The dead world is a cursed place. Yi Xian frowned. It's cursed? Jia Yi nodded and spoke softly. A very long time ago, it was actually a normal world. But something happened here, and it caused an extremely vicious curse to be placed here. Everyone in this world will become the living dead, and they'll never be able to leave this world. As for the people here, because they have inhaled too much of the death qi, they only have the death qi in their bodies and no life qi. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Only death energy. Jia Yi nodded. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. If there's only death energy in your body, then what form do you live in? Jia Yi smiled. The living dead. Those who are slightly stronger can barely suppress the death aura and prevent it from completely corroding us. Those who are not strong will be like those ghosts you killed just now. Their bodies and souls will be corroded by the death aura, and they will eventually become monsters. Yi Xian nodded. I see. By the way, who cursed this place? Jia Yi fell silent. Yi Xian asked, Can't say. Jia Yi shook her head. I don't dare to say. Yi Xian frowned. He's still here. Jia Yi nodded. Yi Xian looked around. Damn, looks like I need to keep a low profile. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at Jia Yi. Miss Jia Yi, your attire. Jia Yi smiled. I'm waiting for my fiancé. Yi Xian frowned. Fiancé? Is he out? Jia Yi shook her head. He's dead. Yi Xian's expression froze. Waiting for a dead person? Jia Yi said softly. He couldn't resist the death energy in his body, so. She shook her head. Let's not talk about the past. I'll take you to see someone. Yi Xian was curious. Who? Jia Yi said. Someone who said you can save this world. Yi Xian. Chapter 2085. Save this world. Yi Xian frowned. He was just about to ask something when Jia Yi brought him to a valley. In this valley, there was a simple bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house was a sea of flowers, and in the middle of the flowers stood a woman. She wore a cloud-colored dress and held a flower basket in her hand. Meanwhile, she turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You know me? The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. Of course. As she spoke, she placed the flower basket to the side and walked over to a stone table. Let's sit down and talk. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he sat down in front of the woman. The woman smiled. Young Master Yi, I'm Huang, the Huang from the Grand Wilderness. Yi Xian looked at her. Miss Huang, you know me? Huang nodded. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Huang smiled. I know Miss Nian. Big Sister Nian. Yi Xian was struck dumb right away. Miss Huang smiled. I've met her before and I've asked her for help. However, she said that in order to break the curse, there are only 3 people in this world that she knows of who can do it. And these 3 people are absolutely not people the world of death can come into contact with, nor are they people we can invite. At this point, she looked at Yi Xian, but she also said that one person can invite them. Yi Xian fell silent. Obviously that person was him. Huang suddenly stood up and bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, please lend a hand and save the living beings of this world. Yi Xian looked at Huang. Big Sister Nian told you to look for me? Huang nodded. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Since Sister Nian had spoken like this, it was obvious that she hoped that he could break the curse of this place. Contact Qinger. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Miss Huang. Miss Huang, since Sister Nian has spoken, I have no reason to refuse. However, I don't know how you treat me. If she knew, she wouldn't have let you come to me. Hearing this, Miss Huang frowned. Did something happen? Yi Xian said calmly. As soon as I came here, your people destroyed my body. Not only that, she even stole my sword. Apart from that, that Death Lord sent people to kill me time and time again. At this point he shook his head. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Miss Huang looked at Jia Yi, who nodded slightly. Miss Huang's expression immediately turned cold. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Huang, I really don't want to trouble my sister because of this world. How about this? I'll take you out. Or I'll think of a way to remove your curse. As for this world, I'm truly powerless. Miss Huang hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, I understand your grievances. How about this? Wait a moment, I'll deal with it for you. Yi Xian blinked. Miss Huang, are you the strongest here? Miss Huang shook her head. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Then you might not be able to deal with it. As I said before, I'll think of a way to remove your curse. As for this world, I'm powerless. Miss Huang hesitated for a moment and said, But Miss Nian. Yi Xian smiled. Big Sister Nian definitely doesn't know that you people here bully me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked you to come find me. I firmly believe this. In this world, the one who treated him the best was definitely Qinger, and the second was Big Sister Nian. As for his father, he'd directly overlooked him. Miss Huang suddenly looked at Jia Yi. Where's Hongzhao? Jia Yi shook his head. I don't know where she went. Miss Huang spoke in a low voice. Tell her to come find me. Jia Yi hesitated for a moment before he nodded. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes slowly, and the space before her started to tremble. It didn't take long for the space before them to shatter, and then a woman walked out from within. It was Hong Zhao. Hong Zhao was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian. "You're not dead?" Yi Xian's face darkened. Meanwhile, Miss Huang suddenly waved her right hand. Slap. A clear and resounding slap resounded. Hong Zhao's body was blasted apart before she could even react. Only her soul remained. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Damn it. That woman is that strong. He knew how strong Hong Zhao was. She wasn't just able to reverse time. She could even shatter the green profound sword. But such a terrifying woman had actually been blasted apart by a single slap? Shouldn't I be more humble when I speak? Hong Zhao was stunned as well. She gazed at Miss Huang with a bewildered expression. Huang. Miss Huang's expression was icy cold. Apologize to young Master Yi. Apologize. Hong Zhao gazed at Yi Xian. Why? Miss Huang's eyes narrowed slightly. I'll give you one last chance. Hong Zhao's expression instantly changed drastically. She hurriedly gazed at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. Yi Xian said. Where's my sword? Hong Zhao hesitated for a moment before she said. It's in the Death Lord's hands. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The Death Lord's hands? Hong Zhao nodded. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. How could it be in the Death Lord's hands? Hong Zhao glanced at Miss Huang and fell silent. Yi Xian suddenly said. Did you notice that you couldn't use it? So you gave it to the Death Lord so that I would form irreconcilable enmity with him? Hong Zhao gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian sighed softly. Miss Hong Zhao, look at what you've done. I trusted you so much, yet you just took my sword and ran. Most importantly, you didn't just use me as a shield. You even tried to drive a wedge between me and the Death Lord. You actually dared to do such a shameless thing. Hong Zhao's expression was calm, and she didn't speak. Meanwhile, Miss Huang spoke abruptly. Young Master Yi, if you still don't feel satisfied, then you can kill her. Hong Zhao's expression instantly changed drastically. Miss Huang. Miss Huang ignored her. Hong Zhao suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. I underestimated your backer. Yi Xian shook his head. He looked at Miss Huang. Miss Huang, can you deal with the Death Lord? Miss Huang looked at Jia Yi. Ask him to come see me. Yi Xian was speechless. Jia Yi nodded slightly, and then he spoke via voice transmission. It didn't take long for the space not too far away from them to tremble, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within it. The middle-aged man wore a black robe, had an aged appearance, gray eyes, and a dense aura of death. The Death Lord. The Death Lord glanced at Yi Xian, and then he gazed at Miss Huang. Miss Huang, do you need something from me? Miss Huang looked the Death Lord in the eyes. Where's young Master Yi's sword? The Death Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. What? Does Miss Huang intend to stand up for this outsider? A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Miss Huang's eyes. She opened her palm, and then a petal suddenly flew up from the garden. In the next moment, everything here became illusory. Hong Zhao and Jia Ye's expressions changed drastically when they saw the petal. The Death Lord's pupils constricted. He raised his right hand slightly and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, the space around him started to slow down. It was time reversal. However, as soon as the petal arrived here, something seemed to have been torn apart, and then everyone watched as the petal shot into the center of the Death Lord's forehead. Bang! The Death Lord's figure shook violently, and then countless strands of death energy were obliterated. At this moment, the expressions of Hong Zhao, Jia Yi, and Yi Xian had become extremely solemn. Miss Huang's petal had actually destroyed the Death Lord's time reversal technique. The Death Lord stared fixedly at Miss Huang. You. Miss Huang suddenly opened her palm, and then a sword flew out from within the Death Lord's body and fell firmly into her grasp. Miss Huang sized up the sword, and then she returned it to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian took the sword and said, Didn't you say that you weren't the strongest here? Miss Huang blinked. I think that I should be humble. Yi Xian was speechless. Miss Huang glanced at Hong Zhao and the Death Lord. Young Master Yi, do you want them to die? Hong Zhao and the Death Lord's expressions changed when they heard this. Yi Xian smiled. That's up to you. Miss Huang nodded slightly. I understand. As she spoke, she was about to attack. Meanwhile, Hong Zhao suddenly said, Miss Huang, You haven't fought for almost 1,000,000 years, so why are you helping that human? Miss Huang spoke indifferently. Because he can save this world. Hong Zhao was stunned, and then she spoke furiously. Him? How could that be possible? It's absolutely impossible. Miss Huang shook her head. It's impossible for him, but the person behind him can. Hong Zhao spoke ferociously. No one in this world can resist that fellow. No one. Miss Huang shook her head slightly, and she was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Just kill that man. Miss Huang glanced at Yi Xian, and then she nodded, and was about to attack. However, the Death Lord suddenly said, I don't believe it as well. Miss Huang gazed at Yi Xian, and then she nodded, and was about to attack. The Death Lord suddenly said, I don't believe it as well. Miss Huang gazed at Yi Xian, and waited for Yi Xian's instructions. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I don't care if you believe it or not. But I didn't believe you, so you killed me? Yi Xian said calmly. Because she is a woman, and a beautiful woman. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Because she's a woman, and a beautiful woman at that. The Death Lord was first stunned, and then she was furious. You old pervert. Bang. The Death Lord's body trembled violently, and then she was instantly absorbed by the green profound sword. The other 3 women were speechless. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew back into his grasp. He gazed at Miss Huang who stood before him. Miss Huang, your strength is so terrifying, yet you're still unable to deal with the curse here? Miss Huang nodded. I can't. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Who exactly placed the curse here? Miss Huang fell silent for a moment before she said, A woman. A woman. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Why are all women so terrifying? Miss Huang hesitated for a moment, and then she said, Young Master Yi, I really trust Miss Nian. However, I have to remind you that the person who placed the curse here is so strong that even I feel that he's unfathomable. Many monstrous geniuses have appeared in the world of death throughout the years. But so long as anyone dares to break the curse, then they die without a doubt. Will the person behind you be able to do it? Yi Xian was just about to speak, when Miss Huang's expression suddenly changed drastically. She suddenly pulled Yi Xian behind her, and then she pointed a finger forward. Bang! The space in front of Miss Huang trembled violently, and then her finger was actually being obliterated at a terrifying speed. Moreover, it was spreading towards her body, and in an instant, her entire right arm had vanished. Miss Huang didn't care about her hand, and she suddenly turned around. Meanwhile, a pure white hand had suddenly grabbed onto Yi Xian's throat. Only a hand. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Don't hurt my young master. The hand suddenly let go of Yi Xian, and in the next moment, it grabbed onto Xiao Ta and tightened its grip. Bang! Xiao Ta trembled violently, and his body directly cracked into a spider web. Xiao Ta wailed, I take back what I said just now. You can hurt me all you want. Don't hit me. I'm just a tower. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Don't ask me why there are 3 chapters. If you ask, then you're being willful. Having a draft is being willful. Chapter 2086. A hand. Everyone here had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. There was only a single hand, but it was exactly that hand that caused everyone here to feel despair. That included Yi Xian, who held the green profound sword. Yi Xian remained silent. He was on the verge of collapse. Can I really stay cool for 3 days? I just thought I was invincible. Yet I've become the little brother now. Damn it. What a fucking life. Desolation slowly clenched her left hand, and then a powerful strand of energy condensed within it. She stared fixedly at that hand. You've cursed this city for over 10 million years. Is that still not enough? Enough? Meanwhile, a resentful voice resounded from somewhere. Even if I have a lifetime, it wouldn't be enough. Desolation spoke furiously. How long do you intend to trap this world for? The voice replied, Forever. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly waved her hand. Bang! Desolation was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and the space where she resided instantly shattered as soon as she stopped. She couldn't fight back at all. Jia Yi and Hong Zhao's eyes were filled with terror. That woman who'd cursed this place for 10 million years. Desolation wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth, and then she gazed at Yi Xian. Flee! Flee! Yi Xian laughed bitterly. How do I flee? Even you're being bashed, so where would I flee to? Meanwhile, that hand suddenly pointed a finger at Desolation. Desolation's pupils constricted. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her, and then he opened his palm, and a strand of sword energy appeared in his grasp. It was his father's sword energy. With the appearance of this sword energy, the hand suddenly stopped moving. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Yi Xian gazed at the hand with a calm expression on his face. Want to have a talk? The voice ridiculed. You aren't worthy. As the voice fell, the jade-like hand suddenly floated up slowly. The next moment, an extremely terrifying power suddenly condensed in her right hand. With the appearance of this power, the entire world of the dead began to boil. And then it began to burn bit by bit. Yi Xian's eyes instantly narrowed when he witnessed this scene. Damn it! This was the first time he had seen someone choose to face his father's sword qi head-on. It was impossible for the other party not to know how terrifying father's sword qi was. However, the other party still chose to face it head-on. What did this mean? This meant that the opponent had the confidence to resist his father's sword qi. Of course, Yi Xian, who had his father's sword energy in his hand, didn't back down. He was about to activate his sword energy and kill this woman. He didn't believe that this woman could withstand his father's sword qi. Although his father was a vicious tiger that ate his own children, his strength was undeniable. If a wisp of sword qi couldn't kill this woman, it would be too degrading. Just as Yi Xian was about to completely activate the sword qi, Desolation suddenly pulled Yi Xian's arm. She looked at Yi Xian and shook her head. If this wisp of sword qi is released, together with her power, it will destroy the entire world of the dead in an instant. Yi Xian was silent. As Huang said, once this strand of sword energy was released, together with that woman's power, forget about the entire death realm. Even he himself might not necessarily be able to survive. However, he had no choice but to fight. Suddenly, Huang looked at the hand. He's Miss Nian Nian's younger brother. Nian Nian. The hand suddenly trembled slightly, and a moment later, the voice resounded. So what? Huang spoke solemnly. Can't we talk? The voice suddenly became ferocious. Talk? Did they give me a chance to talk all those years ago? Huang frowned slightly. You've already annihilated their entire clan. The voice roared. Is that enough? Huang fell silent. Crack. Meanwhile, the space in front of Huang was suddenly torn apart. In the next moment, a woman in white walked out slowly. Needless to say, the woman was truly too beautiful. Huang, Jia Yi, and Hong Zhao were all peerless beauties, but they instantly paled in comparison to this woman. However, the woman's eyes were extremely cold and devoid of any emotion. The woman walked slowly towards Huang. Descendant of the Desolate clan. The reason I didn't kill you was because your Desolate clan was the only one that didn't attack my clan all those years ago. However, that doesn't mean you have the right to talk to me. As she spoke, she turned to glare coldly at Yi Xian. And you, who do you think you are? What right do you have to meddle in other people's business? Just because you have someone backing you? The person backing you is strong, but that's the matter of the person backing you. What has it got to do with you? You don't have the strength, yet you still want to meddle in other people's business. In the end, the person backing you has to clean up after you. Don't you feel ashamed? Yi Xian shook his head. Don't use words to ruin my state of mind. I'm very thick-skinned, and any verbal insults have no effect on me. The woman stared coldly at Yi Xian. What, are you proud of being a second generation? Yi Xian shook his head again. I'm not proud, but I'm a second generation. Is that wrong of me? Isn't it my father and sister who are wrong? Who told them to be so strong? They're strong, but I'm the second generation. Besides, is it up to me to decide whether they're strong or not? The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian, not saying a word. She suddenly found that she was a little speechless. Yi Xian continued. Also, I'm a second generation, but I don't take advantage of my power to bully others. At most, I'm just showing off. Is it against the law to show off? Is it wrong to show off? Besides, when I failed to show off and got beaten up, did I call for help? I don't think I called for help. You bullied me until now. Did I call for help? Did I? Huh. The woman looked coldly at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian continued. I've never thought that being a second generation is that great. On the contrary, you don't know how much pressure I'm under, because my goal in this life is to surpass my father and sister. But my father and sister are so invincible. At this point he shook his head. This kind of pain you can't understand. The woman looked coldly at Yi Xian. Human, I don't want to see you show off here. I'll give you two choices. 1, you leave this place. 2, you call for help. Yi Xian immediately said, I choose to call for help. The woman narrowed her eyes. Didn't you say that you don't rely on your family? Yi Xian smiled. Since Sister Nian asked her to find me, then I'll definitely do my best. As he said that, he opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in it. He slowly closed his eyes, whispering in his heart, Qing-er, I know you can hear me. Can you come out and beat this woman up? There was no response. Yi Xian frowned. How is this possible? Yi Xian asked again. Qing-er, are you there? Still no response. Yi Xian's face darkened. He continued, Qing-er? Qing-a? Still no response. Yi Xian's expression froze. This Qing-er couldn't have fallen asleep, could she? He tried to call out a few more times, but there was still no response. This time, cold sweat dripped down Yi Xian's forehead. At the side, the women were looking at Yi Xian. In front of Yi Xian, the woman said, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yi Xian looked at the woman, then slowly closed his eyes. Dad? No response. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then he said, Dad, I have never asked you for help. Please help me this time. Still no response. Yi Xian's face darkened. Dad? Still no response. Yi Xian's face darkened. Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, I'm a little nervous now. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Can you contact Dad? Xiaota said, No. Master is too far away from me. Why don't we use the same trick again, and ask this woman to use the green profound sword to sense big sister Tianming? Yi Xian thought about it for a long time, and then he nodded. All right. As he spoke, he passed the green profound sword to the woman. You'll be able to sense my younger sister through this sword. The woman took the sword, but she didn't sense it. Instead, she gazed at Yi Xian and said, Why should I sense your younger sister? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, You're so invincible. Don't you want to meet someone stronger? The woman frowned slightly. What logic is that? I have to find someone stronger to fight because I'm strong? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Do you think my younger sister is stronger than you as well? The woman shook her head. Don't try to provoke me like that. I'm not interested in your younger sister, and I'm even less interested in you. Since you can't get someone to come, then I'll have to beat you up. Yi Xian's expression immediately changed. At this moment, the woman flicked her sleeves. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying, and he flew over 30 kilometers away. When his figure finally stopped, his body had split apart while blood sprayed out. The woman glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and she intended to attack again. However, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green-clothed man's sword energy appeared in his grasp. The woman gazed at Yi Xian while her eyes narrowed slightly. Didn't you say that you don't rely on your father and younger sister? Yi Xian spoke angrily. You're about to beat me to death, yet you don't allow me to rely on my father? The woman's face remained emotionless. You're about to be beaten to death by me. Why haven't I seen your father? What? Are you not his biological son? Yi Xian's face froze. Xiaota suddenly said, That hurts. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Desolation spoke abruptly. Young Master Yi, you should leave. Yi Xian looked at Desolation, and Desolation spoke softly. Didn't she give you two choices? Choose the first one. Yi Xian said in a low voice. What about you? The woman suddenly said. You can't even protect yourself, and you still care about her? Yi Xian said in a low voice. I don't care about others, but I have to care about Sister Nian's friend. As he spoke, he appeared in front of Desolation. He looked at the woman in front of him and said fiercely, I can't beat you but... The woman looked coldly at Yi Xian. But what? Yi Xian said in a low voice. But... At this point he stopped talking. The woman mocked. But what? Tell me. Tell me. Yi Xian said angrily. But my father can beat you. My younger sister can beat you. Everyone. The woman mocked. You don't have your father, and you don't have your sister. What are you? Yi Xian said angrily. I still have an elder brother. The woman's expression froze. The women almost collapsed. Chapter 2087. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the woman's face turned cold. In fact, the reason she listened to Yi Xian's nonsense was because she sensed that the person who made the cyan profound sword was extraordinary. Moreover, the sword energy in Yi Xian's hand was so terrifying. The owner of the sword energy must be stronger than her. If she really killed Yi Xian, she would be stained with karma. Although she was strong, she didn't think she was invincible. She had to admit that encountering this kind of second generation was a headache. She couldn't fight. Curse. She couldn't win an argument. Compromise? She was unwilling. Why should she compromise with the second generation? The woman looked at Yi Xian. You said you haven't called the person behind you for a long time, right? Yi Xian nodded. The woman stared at Yi Xian. So, you want to rely on yourself? Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Under normal circumstances, I won't call for help. But if you want to kill me, I'll call for help. Because you're much stronger than me. The woman nodded. How about this? I'll give you a chance. You and I will seal our cultivation and have a fair fight. Yi Xian frowned. A fair fight? The woman nodded. Let's compete on foundation and battle awareness. Yi Xian was silent. The woman looked at Yi Xian and was about to mock when Yi Xian suddenly said, I agree. The woman stared at Yi Xian. The bet is that if you lose, you'll get lost. If I lose, I'll let you and Huang go. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Deal. If Qing, and his father didn't show up, he couldn't save the entire realm of the dead. Although he wanted to act tough, he had to act tough within his limits. If he didn't have enough strength, he'd be an idiot. At this moment, Huang walked to Yi Xian's side. She looked at Yi Xian and asked, Are you confident? Yi Xian smiled and said, No. Desolation's expression froze. Yi Xian smiled and said, I will do my best. As he spoke, he looked at the woman in the distance. Miss, how should I address you? The woman was expressionless. What does my name have to do with you? Yi Xian was speechless. The woman said, Cut the crap, let's begin. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Seal all cultivation. The two of them would compete in their foundations and battle awareness. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm state. The moment his heart calmed down, the sword in his hand trembled slightly. In the distance, the woman had a calm expression. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. The woman suddenly raised two fingers and gently clamped them. This clamp directly caught Yi Xian's sword. Then, she took advantage of the situation and flicked it. Boom! Yi Xian's sword shattered. At this moment, a sword appeared between the woman's brows without any warning. A flying sword. This was Yi Xian's true killing move. Facing this sudden flying sword, the woman's expression was very calm. She took a step back and swept her fingers. Boom! The flying sword was directly swept away. But in the next moment, another flying sword slashed down. There was no sword chi or sword intent. Nor was there any power of space-time. It was just pure speed and strength. The woman stood on the spot with a calm expression. When the flying sword slashed in front of her, she suddenly moved to the side and dodged it. In the next moment, she took advantage of the situation to charge forward and strike with her elbow. Yi Xian blocked it with his sword. Bang! Yi Xian was directly forced back by this elbow strike. Before Yi Xian could stop, the woman appeared in front of him once more. At the same time, her right hand had clamped down on his throat. In the next moment, she exerted force with her right hand. However, at this moment, her expression changed abruptly, because Yi Xian had taken the initiative to shatter his body. He'd taken the initiative to destroy his body. At the moment his body shattered, Yi Xian's sword stabbed between the woman's brows. However, it had only entered half an inch when it stopped because the woman's hand had clamped his sword again. Yi Xian suddenly released his right hand and floated backwards. At the same time, a flying sword flew towards the woman again. The woman's expression was calm, as she lightly swept Yi Xian's sword between her fingers. Boom! Both swords were obliterated. The woman looked at Yi Xian in the distance. You took the initiative to abandon your body. How decisive of you. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Focus. On the side, the woman frowned slightly. Focus. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. The woman turned her body slightly, and a sword stabbed between her brows. At this moment, the sword suddenly stopped and slapped horizontally. The woman blocked it with her fingers. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. The woman retreated several feet. Just as she stopped, another sword stabbed her. It was seamless. The woman frowned slightly. She clamped her fingers together and clamped Yi Xian's sword again before exerting force. Boom! The sword shattered. However, the next moment, another sword stabbed her. The woman punched out. Boom! That sword shattered. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was already more than 10 feet away. He stood there with his sword in hand, and his eyes were still closed. The woman looked at Yi Xian calmly, but there was a trace of surprise in the depths of her eyes. She realized that she seemed to have underestimated this swordsman. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. With this step, a sword directly appeared between the woman's brows. The woman pointed with her fingers. This time, she chose to take it head-on. Boom! Yi Xian's sword was stopped on the spot by this finger. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly let go of the sword. The sword circled around the woman's fingers at a strange angle and slashed diagonally at her neck. The woman's expression was calm as she flicked her left fingers to the left. Bang! The sword was directly repelled. However, at this moment another sword stabbed her. This sword was not fast, but it came at the perfect time. Perfect connection. The woman suddenly opened her right hand and pressed down lightly. However, the next moment, her pupils constricted because she noticed that Yi Xian had transformed into a sword ray and entered the sword. His soul and sword had completely fused. Could it be done like this? The woman wanted to stop, but it was too late. Pust! The sword pierced through her palm and entered her right hand. The most terrifying thing was that Yi Xian's soul had entered her body as well. One body with two souls. The woman was stunned. Yi Xian was also stunned at this moment. Actually, fusing his soul with the sword was a sudden thought he'd had because he could fuse with the sword. However, he hadn't expected that his strength would actually multiply after his soul fused with the sword. Moreover, he hadn't expected that his soul would enter the woman's body by relying on the sword. Fuck. What's going on? Right at this moment, a terrifying force suddenly smashed down towards his soul. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Fuck. This woman doesn't care about martial virtue. She's actually recovered her cultivation. Moreover, she intends to destroy my soul. At this critical moment, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered about anything else. He directly utilized the green profound sword to suppress the woman's soul. Moreover, he even activated his bloodline energy to suppress her bloodline. Bang! In an instant, the woman's body trembled violently. Her expression instantly changed, and she hurriedly stopped. Her expression was extremely unsightly. Show yourself. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Woman, you didn't keep your word. You actually recovered your cultivation. The woman spoke fiercely. Are you coming out or not? She didn't dare to forcefully attack, because Yi Xian's sword was extremely powerful against her soul. Moreover, Yi Xian's bloodline energy was suppressing her own bloodline as well. If Yi Xian was a bit stronger, he might even be able to seize her body. Of course, Yi Xian's current strength was far from being able to accomplish that. However, Yi Xian could cause destruction. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. I'm not coming out. Going out would only result in a beating. The woman suddenly looked at Huang. If you don't come out, then I'll kill her. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green-clothed man's sword energy appeared. He spoke indifferently. If you dare to attack, then I'll activate this strand of sword energy. You might be able to survive in the outside world, but you definitely won't be able to survive in here. The woman's expression was ferocious. Are you threatening me? Yi Xian said angrily. I am threatening you. You don't care about martial virtue. We agreed to have a fair battle, yet you recovered your strength. You're even more shameless than me. The woman spoke in a low voice. Come out and let's continue. Yi Xian flared up with rage. As if I'd believe you. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Then do you intend to live here forever? Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, I think it's pretty good. The woman's expression returned to calm. Do you think I can't do anything to you? She slowly closed her eyes as she spoke. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed greatly. Damn it. This woman's sea of consciousness wants to enter my sea of consciousness. She wants to seize my body instead. The woman acted immediately, and her sea of consciousness directly invaded Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. However, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Little soul, suppress my sea of consciousness. The green profound sword immediately fused into one with Yi Xian to resist the woman. However, the woman still entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, and she intended to directly suppress Yi Xian's consciousness. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't resign himself to death, and he started to resist. Needless to say, this woman was extraordinarily terrifying. Even with the assistance of the green profound sword, Yi Xian was only barely able to resist the invasion of her consciousness. As for that strand of sword qi, he didn't dare to use it rashly, because using it here would cause both good and bad to perish together. So he wouldn't use that strand of sword qi unless he had no other choice. Meanwhile, the woman spoke fiercely. I'll make you restrain yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she started to invade Yi Xian's sea of consciousness like a madman. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly resisted. However, he gradually lost his footing under the invasion of the woman's consciousness. Right at this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, do you need help? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Can you help? Xiao Ta said, Of course. Let me tell you, Master's consciousness was almost devoured by others many times in the past, and it was always me who protected him. Simply speaking, when it comes to possession, so long as I, Xiao Ta, am around, then there won't be any mishaps. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Then hurry up and help. Xiao Ta said, All right. As he spoke, he transformed into a golden ray of light and entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Bang! After he fused with Xiao Ta, Yi Xian's sea of consciousness instantly strengthened by more than 10 times. The woman's expression instantly changed greatly, and at this moment, Yi Xian's consciousness drowned her consciousness. It wasn't destroyed. However, their consciousnesses had fused together. In an instant, countless memories of each other surged into their minds. At this moment, both of them were in each other's minds. Chapter 2088. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. The woman was also dumbfounded. Both of them were dumbfounded, because neither of their consciousnesses was able to devour the other. The most important thing was that their consciousnesses seemed to have fused, and they both had the other's memories. There was me and you and me. Both of them were completely dumbfounded. Beloved. This woman's name was Beloved, and this woman was also a person from this world of the dead. Millions of years ago, the woman shocked this world the moment she was born. Because the woman was born with one of the 10 great evil bodies, the cursed body. The cursed body. Among all the evil bodies, it was ranked first. It symbolized a disaster, and also an ominous sign. Because of this, the woman was not welcomed by her family when she was born. She didn't have any friends in her family, and everyone despised her and hated her. Even her father didn't care about her. Only her mother was by her side. Although the woman was lonely, as long as her mother was there, she felt satisfied. But when she was 16, a disaster occurred in this world. The spiritual energy was exhausted. It was similar to the fifth dimension tribulation. In any universe, one's lifespan would come to an end. However, at that time, the people of this world thought that the disaster was caused by the woman. They thought that the Supreme Tendo was punishing the people of this world, and that the Tendo was punishing the people of this world because of Beloved. As a result, a tragedy occurred. In order to appease the public, The woman's family handed her over to the Tendo, but her mother was killed to protect her. Seeing her mother die in front of her, the woman's cursed body was completely awakened. Next, the woman used herself as a medium to curse the entire world. Not only would the people of this world be unable to leave, but they would also become the living dead, rotting and dying little by little. Not only them, but their descendants would also be cursed, unable to leave this world for generations to come. They would then rot and die. Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He had to admit that this beloved was quite pitiful. At this moment, he somewhat understood why the woman's resentment was so great. Because the people of this city didn't even give her a chance. And they even forced the only person she could rely on to die in front of her. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. What a sin! On the side, the beloved stared at Yi Xian. At this moment, she also had all of Yi Xian's memories. However, there were 3 people whose memories she did not have. These 3 people were the woman in the plain dress, the man in the green shirt, and the swordsman. When she fused with Yi Xian's memories, everything about these 3 people was automatically displayed to her. She also wanted to forcefully explore them, but she was shocked to find that she couldn't do it at all. It was obvious that the 3 of them were stronger than her. Actually, when she saw Yi Xian's azure profound sword, and that strand of sword qi, she already knew that the person behind Yi Xian was stronger than her. Otherwise, she would utterly not give Yi Xian the chance to compete. Negotiation. Without strength, who would negotiate with you? At this moment, Yi Xian directly left her lover's body. Her lover looked at Yi Xian, and didn't say anything. Yi Xian turned to look at Huang. You know the ins and outs of the matter, right? Huang nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was silent. Huang said softly. Those people in the past are all dead. Yi Xian looked at her lover. Lady beloved, I Yi Xian, am not a good person. Because if someone dares to harm my loved ones, I will be even more ruthless than you. So, I will only take Lady Huang and Lady Cassiopeia. Is that okay? After a moment of silence, beloved said, Yes. Let the entire world go. She would not. But if she let 2 people go, she was willing to compromise. Yi Xian turned to look at Huang and Cassiopeia. Both of you, this is all I can do. Cassiopeia hurriedly nodded. Thank you, young Master Yi. If she didn't go out, she would die here sooner or later. Now, she was just struggling at death's door, because she couldn't resist the power of the curse. Even Huang couldn't resist it in the end. They could only barely delay it for a while. After a long silence, Huang nodded. Okay. Yi Xian didn't know this world anything. She couldn't ask Yi Xian to do anything for this world. Asking him again would be too much. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then let's go. At this moment, Hong Zhao suddenly said, What about me? Yi Xian glanced at Hong Zhao. Do we know each other well? Hong Zhao. Yi Xian directly left with Huang and Cassiopeia. At this moment, her lover suddenly said, Wait. Yi Xian stopped. He turned to look at her, puzzled. Her lover stared at Yi Xian. You have all my memories. Yi Xian nodded. You also have my memories, we are even. Her lover said angrily. Even? How can your memories help me? You've been acting all over your life. If you're not showing off, then you're on the way to show off. What's the value of those messy memories? Yi Xian, her lover suddenly said. I want to erase all your memories about me. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No. Her lover's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, This memory erasing is very harmful to the body, you can't do this. Of course, he wouldn't let his beloved erase her memories, because he now had all the memories of his beloved's cultivation. All of them. What did this mean? It meant that as long as he was given a little time, he would completely rise. Her lover stared fixedly at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. How about this? I give you some valuable memories, then we are even. What do you think? Her lover was expressionless. Valuable memories? You mean how to show off? Yi Xian. Meanwhile, her lover suddenly said, I cannot erase all your memories about me, but you have to do something for me. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What is it? Let me say this first, I'm weak, and I'm afraid of death, so don't ask me to do something that even you can't do. Her lover spoke indifferently. Don't worry. I don't need you to do anything. I just want to borrow your sword. Borrow the sword. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why do you want to borrow the sword? Her lover spoke indifferently. Just tell me if you want to borrow it or not. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, I don't want to borrow it. Her lover was expressionless. Then I'll erase all your memories about me. As she spoke, she was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly said, It can be discussed. Discussed. Her lover fell silent for a moment, and then she said, I don't want your sword. I just want to borrow it. If you're worried, you can come with me, and I'll return it to you once I'm done using it. Yi Xian glanced at her. Are you sure? She nodded. You have my memories, so you should know what sort of person I am. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, I can lend it to you, but you have to return it to me once you're done using it. She nodded, all right. Yi Xian turned around to look at Desolation and Jia Yi. Miss Desolation, Miss Jia Yi, both of you can leave first. Desolation hesitated for a moment, and then she said, Take care of yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she left with Jia Yi. She knew that while her lover's strength was terrifying, he definitely wouldn't dare to kill Yi Xian. After Desolation and Jia Yi left, Yi Xian gazed at her lover. Miss Dearest, why do you want to borrow my sword? She spoke indifferently. Come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he followed after her. His lover brought him out of the world of death. After that, the two of them passed through hundreds of starfields before they arrived at a lake, and there was a restaurant on the surface of the lake. Yi Xian gazed at her lover. Where are we? She didn't speak, and just led him to the restaurant. Meanwhile, an old man blocked their path. The old man spoke in a hoarse voice. Miss Dearest, he isn't qualified to enter. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. She glanced at Yi Xian. Lend me your sword. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. You're just going to leave me here? She gazed at Yi Xian. You can only enter with strength. Yi Xian walked over to the old man and looked him in the eyes. Do you think I'm very weak? The old man gazed at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared before the old man. This is a sword that I forged myself. Help me take a look, and see if there's anything wrong with it. She gazed at Yi Xian. At this moment, she finally understood what it meant to lie with one's eyes wide open. Doesn't this fellow blush when he lies? The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw the green profound sword in front of Yi Xian. Obviously, he'd sensed how extraordinary the green profound sword was. Yi Xian spoke abruptly. Don't just look at it. Come on, touch it and feel it. As he spoke, he placed the green profound sword in the old man's hand. The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he sensed it. As soon as he did, a sword suddenly flew over from out of nowhere. And then the old man wasn't even able to react before the sword pierced through his forehead. Hiss! The old man was nailed to the spot and couldn't move at all. He was stunned. The old man's eyes opened wide, and his mind went blank. What happened to me? She gazed deeply into the depths of the starry sky, and there was a wisp of a solemn expression in the depths of her eyes. The sword had come from the starry sky, but she didn't know where it had been drawn from. She seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly gazed at Yi Xian. That fellow asked her to sense the sword just now. When she thought up to this point, she couldn't help but glare coldly at Yi Xian. This human is full of evil tricks. Actually, Yi Xian was quite stunned as well, because he hadn't expected that Qing would suddenly attack. After all, she wasn't here just now, right? Meanwhile, the old man spoke in a trembling voice. Sir. This. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he drew the path sword. He was just about to put it away when the path sword transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. Yi Xian gazed at the old man and said, Can I go in now? The old man hurriedly said, Yes. Of course. Yi Xian gazed at her and said, Let's go. The two of them walked towards the pavilion. On the way, she suddenly said, Didn't you say that you wouldn't call for help? Yi Xian gazed at her and said, I didn't. He sensed it himself. She fell silent for a short while before she said, You really are a genius. Yi Xian was speechless. After they entered the pavilion, Yi Xian noticed that there were around 10 rooms in the pavilion, and every single one of them had an extremely terrifying formation before it. Yi Xian gazed at her, and she said indifferently, "Let's go upstairs." She led Yi Xian up the stairs as she spoke. As they walked up the stairs, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Honey, why do you want to borrow the sword?" She replied indifferently, "To kill someone." She paused for a moment and said, "But I've changed my mind." Yi Xian was just about to ask about it when a ridiculing voice suddenly resounded from upstairs. "Aren't you Honey, who lost to me? What? Are you looking for trouble again?" Yi Xian looked over and saw a woman in a black dress sitting not too far away, and there was a saber hanging from her waist. Honey suddenly took the green profound sword from Yi Xian's hand, and then she walked over to the woman. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Is she going to do it just like that? Meanwhile, Honey walked over to the woman in a black dress, and she placed the green profound sword in front of her. Come sense it. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. P.S. Why are there still 3 chapters today? I'm fucking willful. I like it. I'm happy. Unhappy. Hit me then. Chapter 2089. Try sensing it. Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face. He'd thought that Sweetheart would fight the woman in a black dress. Who was this black dress woman? Yi Xian sized her up. She was tall, wore a black dress that was black like ink, and her appearance wasn't inferior to Sweetheart's at all. However, the corners of her mouth were curled up slightly from time to time, and it made her seem slightly arrogant. There was a sheathed saber on her waist. The sheath was completely pitch black, and there were countless mysterious characters inscribed on it. Who's she? Yi Xian was quite curious. The lady in the black dress glanced at the Qingxian sword in front of her lover. In the next moment, she narrowed her eyes, and the sheathed long saber on her waist began to tremble slightly. Not only that, but a sharp saber intent enveloped the Qingxian sword. How could the green profound sword endure such provocation? Oem! A sword howl resounded as a strand of sword intent shot towards the sheathed saber. Bang! In an instant, the entire pavilion started to tremble violently. However, the pavilion wasn't destroyed. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel quite shocked, because it was extraordinarily strong. Meanwhile, the woman's saber was about to leave its sheath, and the green profound sword was about to struggle free from Sweetheart's grasp. They were about to enter into battle. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded. "You can't fight here." As soon as this voice resounded, Yi Xian turned around and saw an old man with a pipe in his hand standing at the entrance. Both Sweetheart and the woman frowned slightly when they saw the old man. The old man glanced at the green profound sword in Sweetheart's grasp, and then he spat out a mouthful of smoke. "What a good sword! It's peerless in the world." The woman's brows knit together slightly when she heard this. "Old bastard, I'm not convinced by your evaluation." The old man grinned. "Miss Shilei, don't be. The strength of the owner of this sword far surpasses the creator of this sword." The woman called Shilei spoke indifferently. "Is that so?" The old man roared with laughter, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. He sized up Yi Xian and said, "Young brother, your background isn't simple at all. May I know who your master is?" Yi Xian thought for a moment before saying, "Tianming." "Tianming." The old man frowned slightly. "Tianming." As he spoke, a hint of battle intent flashed in his eyes. At the instant this trace of battle intent appeared, his pupils constricted. In the next moment, countless fine strands of sword energy had actually appeared throughout his body, and as these fine strands of sword energy appeared, his body started to vanish inch by inch. The expressions of the other 2 women changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian was also stunned. What was going on? Qing'er is making a move? It shouldn't be. Qing'er wouldn't make a move for no reason. Xiaota said, "Isn't that it?" Yi Xian frowned. "Why is it like this?" Xiaota said indifferently, "I refuse to answer this question." Yi Xian didn't understand. Why? Xiaota was silent for a long time. "You have a halo, but I don't necessarily have one. I better be careful with my words. If one day, I, Xiao Ta, die without knowing why, that would be too much of a loss. Yi Xian. At this moment the old man suddenly said, "Young friend, is this your first time here?" Yi Xian nodded. The old man hesitated, then took out a black card and handed it to Yi Xian. "This is a VIP card. With this card, young friend can come here anytime in the future." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Senior, this place is?" The old man smiled. "Dao Conference." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Dao Conference?" The old man nodded. "To enter the Dao Conference, one must at least be in Prying Profound realm." "Prying Profound," Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "Above Prying Profound is Life Profound." The old man shook his head. "No, above Prying Profound is Awareness Profound, and above Awareness Profound is Life Profound." As he spoke, he glanced at the two women beside him. "They are both in Prying Profound realm, and I am half a step into Profound Awareness realm." Yi Xian was silent. The old man smiled. "Young friend, although this Dao Conference is an organization, everyone is free in it. There are no restrictions, and you can withdraw from the Dao Conference at any time. The purpose of this Dao Conference is to gather the top experts of this universe, and then everyone can discuss the Dao, or exchange some things that they need. There are no restrictions." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Senior, I mean my realm is so low," the old man hurriedly said. "It doesn't matter, this rule is dead and people are alive." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Then I'm in." The old man was very happy, and immediately said, "Good young friend. If you need anything in the future, just say it. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely not refuse." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Then I thank Senior in advance." The old man smiled. "Don't be too polite, we are all on the same side." Yi Xian. At this time, the old man glanced into the distance. "Two ladies, if you want to fight, please go to another space-time." After speaking, he turned and left. In the room, the two women were silent. At this moment, they were no longer in the mood to fight. "Ming Xian." The good man glanced at Yi Xian. "This guy's background is so big?" That Shi Lei suddenly said. "Good man, why are you here to gang up on me?" The good man said indifferently. "Gang up on you? You think too highly of yourself. Previously, you relied on the saber in your hand to suppress me. Come, let's fight again now." Shi Lei sneered. "Fight then fight." After speaking, the good man directly disappeared from the spot. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but still chose not to follow. What was there to see when two women fought? The main reason was that he was afraid that the two women's strength was too strong, and it would affect him. Compared to the two women, there was still a huge gap between his current strength. At this time Xiao Ta said, "Young master, it's time to cultivate." Yi Xian nodded. "Cultivate." In this place, he became the little brother again. "That won't do." Yi Xian directly entered Xiao Ta. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, and then carefully felt the White Day realm. One sword strike to slay a life. He wanted to cultivate this life slay to the extreme. Apart from that, he also wanted to absorb the good man's memories. The good man's cultivation memories were very useful. In the following time, Yi Xian started a crazy cultivation mode. The White Day realm was a special space-time. And how big was this space-time? As far as he knew, this was an infinitely big space-time. In other words, the power of his life slay could be infinitely big. And with the good man's memories, he was very clear about the gap between him and the good man and the other experts of the same level. What he needed the most now was time. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, a few dozen years had passed. Of course, only a few days had passed in the outside world. At this moment, he could gather the flowing energy of the entire White Day realm into the green profound sword with a single thought. Moreover, he'd made a new breakthrough in the realm of spirit focus. In other words, his soul. Executing one sword strike to slay a life in a calm and focused state was unimaginable. However, Yi Xian didn't stop, and he started to study reversing time. However, he realized that reversing time was much more difficult than going with time. Within Xiao Ta, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. The time within Xiao Ta was reversed. And since he could borrow the flowing energy of the White Day realm, why couldn't he borrow the power of time reversing in Xiao Ta? When he thought of this, Yi Xian instantly became excited. It's totally possible. Why didn't I think of this before? Just as Yi Xian was about to give it a try, he frowned and left Xiao Ta. Just as he left Xiao Ta, the good man appeared in front of him. At this moment, the good man was extremely miserable. Not only were her arms gone, but there was also a flying knife between her brows. Yi Xian was stunned and then said, "You," the good man said hoarsely. "I'm sorry, the sword was taken." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Taken? You've never fought against that Shilei." The good man's face was extremely ugly. "She has helpers. Go quickly, their target is you." Yi Xian was shocked. "What the F***ck? Why am I the target?" "You." At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared between the good man's brows, and then she slowly fell down. Yi Xian's expression froze. "Xiao Ta, what should I do?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "Their target is you. What does it have to do with me, Xiao Ta?" Yi Xian. Chapter 2090. Looking at his lover in his arms, Yi Xian slightly frowned. What to do? Escape? Since the opponent could hurt his lover, it meant that he could not escape at all. Stay here? Yi Xian deeply frowned. The target was him. He had just revealed that he had a life-profound realm expert behind him. So why did the opponent dare to target him? At this moment, an old man walked in. It was the smoking pipe old man from before Old Ghost. He had no name, so his lover and the others called him Old Ghost. Old Ghost glanced at his lover in Yi Xian's arms. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "My young friend." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, are you here to let me leave?" Old Ghost bitterly smiled. Yi Xian looked at Old Ghost. "Who is targeting me?" Old Ghost hesitated before saying, "Young Master Lan." Yi Xian slightly frowned. "Young Master Lan?" Old Ghost nodded. "Young Master Yi. Have you heard of the Tian family Zhou clan?" "Zhou clan?" Yi Xian shook his head and looked at Old Ghost. This Old Ghost had changed the way he addressed him from little friend to young Master Yi. Obviously, he could not stay here any longer. Old Ghost bitterly smiled. The Tian family's Zhou clan is the #1 clan in the metaverse. Saying this, he paused before saying, "The Zhou clan also has a life-profound realm expert." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why am I his target?" Old Ghost said in a deep voice, "It should be young Master Ye's sword. Moreover, Lady Shilei is very close to that young Master Lan." Yi Xian slightly nodded. "I understand." Saying this, he looked at Old Ghost and smiled. "Senior, can you point out a path?" Old Ghost hesitated before saying, "How about we surrender?" Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Old Ghost bitterly smiled. "Young Master Yi, I know you have a life-profound realm expert behind you, but there is only one person behind you. The Tian family's Zhou clan is not just one person, they are a colossus. Going against them alone is like throwing an egg against a rock." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't want to surrender. Senior, I know that they should be outside right now. What I mean is, how can I leave this place safely?" Old Ghost was silent. Yi Xian smiled. "Why not make a small bet?" Old Ghost glanced at Yi Xian. How could he not understand what Yi Xian meant? Should I form a good relationship with him? Old Ghost fell silent. To form this good karma, there is a risk because the ones targeting Yi Xian are the Tian family's Zhou clan. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. After a long time, Old Ghost shook his head. "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. This old man is powerless." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Understood." As he spoke, he put his beloved into Xiao Ta's body and walked outside. Without the Azure Profound Sword, he can't sneak away. Since he can't sneak away, then he will leave openly. Seeing Yi Xian walking outside, Old Ghost was silent. He knew that Yi Xian's origin isn't simple. However, no matter how extraordinary it is, can it be compared to the Tian family's Zhou clan? Not to mention a life-profound realm expert. Even if there are two of them, They don't have the qualifications to fight against the Tian family's Zhou clan. If you don't surrender, only death awaits. Just as Yi Xian left the pavilion, he saw a man and a woman. The woman is Shi Lei from before. As for the man, he is wearing a white robe with his long hair draped over his shoulders. He is playing with the azure profound sword in his hand. Behind them, there are two old men in black robes. This man is Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Your sword is very good. I want it. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, You are Zhou Lan of the Tian family's Zhou clan? Young. The man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. You've heard of me? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Who hasn't heard of young Master Lan's name? Zhou Lan laughed. Interesting. As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian and said, I really like this sword of yours. Yi Xian immediately said, Since young Master Lan likes it, then I will give it to you. Zhou Lan smiled. You are very tactful. I like smart people. As he spoke, he sized up the azure profound sword and said, I really like this sword. However, there seems to be a mysterious energy sealing it. I can't use it. You must know what's going on, right? Yi Xian nodded. When my sister forged this sword, she placed a forbidden technique on it. Only she and I can use it. I can use it, but I can't unseal it. If you want to use it, you must sense this sword and contact my sister. Zhou Lan frowned. Your sister? Yi Xian nodded. She's the one who forged this sword. Zhou Lan smiled. I'll contact her. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Shi Lei suddenly said, Be careful of a trap. Yi Xian glanced at Shi Lei and smiled bitterly. Miss Shi Lei, what trap could there be? He's just using this sword to contact my sister. Could it be that my younger sister could kill young Master Lan from countless star domains away? If that's the case, then it's too ridiculous. Shi Lei gazed at Yi Xian. You don't seem like an honest person. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan suddenly smiled and said, Miss Shi Lei, you are too cautious. Just as he said, could his sister kill me from countless star fields away? As he spoke, he held the azure profound sword in his right hand and slowly closed his eyes. Shi Lei hesitated for a moment. She wanted to persuade him, but she didn't in the end. She didn't believe that Zhou Lan could kill Zhou Lan from countless stellar regions away. After all, Zhou Lan was a half-step into the profound knowledge realm. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Lan, hesitated for a moment, and then glanced around. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan suddenly smiled and said, You want to leave? Yi Xian looked at Zhou Lan, and Zhou Lan smiled. I didn't say you could leave. You'd better stay there and not move, understand? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. Yes, I understand. Zhou Lan smiled slightly, and was about to say something when he suddenly looked up into the depths of the starry sky, and a smile appeared on his face. I sensed qi. A sword appeared out of nowhere, and Zhou Lan didn't even have time to react before the sword pierced through his forehead. Bang! In an instant, Zhou Lan's body trembled violently, and his body and soul instantly started to become illusory. Instant kill. The expressions of Shi Lei and the two black-robed old men behind her instantly changed drastically. One of the black-robed old men said angrily, How presumptuous! How dare you injure my Zhou clan? He hadn't even finished speaking when the sword within Zhou Lan's body suddenly flew out and pierced through his forehead. Hiss! The black-robed old man's voice stopped abruptly. He'd been instantly killed. He hadn't even been able to fight back. Shi Lei and the other black-robed old man were petrified on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Xian walked slowly over to Zhou Lan, and then he removed the green profound sword and spatial ring from Zhou Lan's finger. After that he said, Young Master Lan, can I leave now? Zhou Lan gazed at Yi Xian. If I die, then all 10 of your clans will be annihilated. 10 clans. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'm really quite afraid if you want to annihilate me, but if you want to annihilate all 10 of my clans. When he spoke up to hear, he chuckled. Zhou Lan stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Besides resentment, there was a trace of terror as well. Because he noticed that he was really going to die. No one could save him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian turned around and left. However, he'd only taken a few steps when he suddenly gazed at Shi Lei. Shilei's expression instantly changed drastically when she saw Yi Xian look over, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Yi Xian opened his palm and said, "Hand over your spatial ring." Shilei was speechless. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly, while Shilei's expression instantly changed drastically. She hurriedly removed her spatial ring, and then she tapped it with her finger. The spatial ring flew over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't hold back at all. He immediately put the spatial ring away, and then he turned around and left. He was very swift and instantly vanished into the starry sky. He'd fled. Shilei and Zhou-Lan's minds were still blank on the spot. Young Master Lan is dead. He was killed with a single swing of the sword. It felt like a dream. On the other side, the old ghost's face was covered in astonishment as well. He hadn't expected such an outcome. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared here. The old man glanced at the surroundings before his gaze descended onto the black-robed old man. "What happened?" The black-robed old man hurriedly said, "Greetings, Third Elder." The old man spoke fiercely. "I'm asking you what happened." The black-robed old man's voice trembled. "Young Master Lan was killed." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Who did it?" The black-robed old man's voice trembled. I don't know." A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through the Third Elder's eyes. "Lana was killed right in front of you. Yet you say you don't know who killed him." The black-robed old man spoke bitterly. "Third Elder, this is very strange." As he spoke, he told the Third Elder about what happened just now. The Third Elder's eyes narrowed when he finished listening to the black-robed old man. A long time passed before he glanced at the surroundings and said, "Send my orders. Anyone who kills these two will be rewarded with 100 star veins. Anyone who can provide their whereabouts will be rewarded with 50 star veins." The black-robed old man bowed slightly. "Understood." As he finished speaking, he retreated. The Third Elder coldly glanced around, his eyes filled with malevolence. "Who dares to touch the Tian family's Zhou clan?" As he spoke, he was about to leave. At this moment, the old ghost suddenly appeared at the side. He looked at the Third Elder and said, "Your Excellency, the one who killed young Master Lan should be that woman called Tian Ming." When he said this, he was very careful, and there was not the slightest bit of disrespect in his heart. Facing a life-profound realm expert, even the slightest bit of disrespect would be known by the other party. The reason why he came out was to form a good relationship with the Tian family's Zhou clan, and at the same time, to remind them that there was a life-profound realm expert behind Yi Xian. The Third Elder frowned slightly. "Tian Ming?" The old ghost nodded. "It was this person who killed young Master Lan across a star field. Because I came into contact with this person before. He should be at the life-profound realm. And this person is behind Yi Xian." Young Master Lan didn't know that Yi Xian was dangerous, so he forcefully tried to sense this person, and was killed by this person in the end. The Third Elder's eyes flashed with malevolence. How could it be life-profound realm? The Tian family's Zhou clan knows all the life-profound realm experts in the mortal Yuan universe, but I have never heard of this Tian Ming Shi. The old ghost hurriedly said, "Third Elder, you must not be disrespectful to her otherwise." The Third Elder mocked. "What? Can she kill me in a second?" As he spoke, he raised his head and looked around. Then he grinned. "Tian Ming? Life profound? If you have the ability, then kill me in a second, come." Before he finished speaking, a sword directly pierced his forehead. His voice stopped abruptly. At the side, the old ghost's face was filled with shock. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Did I harm him? Chapter 2091. At this moment, the Third Elder was completely stupefied. He was insta-killed. He had never thought that he would die in such a sullen manner. He didn't even see who it was. It really was Ming Xian. The Third Elder gulped. He looked at the old ghost beside him, and said with a trembling voice, It's really Ming Xian." Old ghost hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The Third Elder roared, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Old ghost was dumbfounded. "Didn't I say it?" It seemed like he himself didn't believe it. Meanwhile, Third Elder had vanished completely. Directly annihilated. Gone. Old ghost froze on the spot, and his mind was in a mess. A living person was gone just like that. Did he underestimate that woman called Tianming? This thought suddenly appeared in Old Devil's mind. Could it be that the opponent was not only at the life-profound realm? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Old Ghost shook his head and smiled. He felt that this idea of his was somewhat absurd. Even the Tian family's Zhou clan doesn't have an esper above life mystic realm. That woman was above life profound. Absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment before getting up and heading to the Tian family's Zhou clan. He still did not want to let go of this good karma. So he wanted to remind the experts of the Tian family and Zhou clan to be careful of the plain-dressed woman. In an unknown part of the starry sky, within the Xiaota, Yi Xian looked at his lover in front of him. His lover's injuries had already recovered. Her lover looked at Yi Xian. "Why are you looking at me?" Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Not long ago, you were still an invincible existence. But now you've been hung up and beaten. I realized that my power couldn't keep up with the speed of the map's changes. If this goes on, I might be played to death." The man said angrily. "The four of them are ganging up on me." Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. He sat aside and didn't say anything else. Needless to say, with the appearance of this Tian family's Zhou clan, he was having a headache. He had just come out of closed seclusion, and his strength increased greatly. However, what he did not expect was that the enemy changed again. How could this be? Yi Xian had a headache. At this time his lover suddenly said, "What are you going to do?" Yi Xian looked at his lover. "Do you think they'll let you off?" Her lover was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, "My beloved lady, let us join forces to destroy the Tian family and the Zhou family." The man looked at Yi Xian. "You don't have a fever, do you?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "You're the one who's horny." The man frowned. "If you don't have a fever, why would you say such ignorant words?" Yi Xian calmly said, "Is the Tian family's Zhou family very strong?" Liang Ren stared at Yi Xian. "I can understand if you don't know about the Dao organization. After all, the Dao organization is a relatively secretive organization, but you don't know about the Tian family and the Zhou family. This is really abnormal." Yi Xian smiled and asked, "Is he very strong?" The Tian clan's Zhou clan has at least 3 life profound realm experts. Do you think they're strong? Life profound? Yi Xian nodded and said nothing. His beloved said in a deep voice, "The person behind you dares to kill the Tian family's Zhou family's people." At this point she frowned. "She's not life profound?" Yi Xian smiled. "Lady Liang, let me ask you, do you want to destroy the Zhou family?" Liang Ren looked at Yi Xian. "Just you and me?" Yi Xian nodded. Liang Ren shook her head. "Impossible." Yi Xian chuckled. "If you're willing to believe me, then we'll join hands. If you don't believe me, then you can leave now. I'll go play with them myself." Liang Ren sank. After a long silence, she stood up and turned to leave. But after 2 steps, she stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "I believe you." Yi Xian nodded. "Now the first step is to cultivate." Liang Ren frowned. "Cultivate now?" Yi Xian nodded. Liang Ren said in a deep voice, "Is it useful?" Yi Xian took a look around and then said, "Look here." Liang Ren looked around. The next moment her face changed. The flow of time was different. Liang Ren looked at Yi Xian. "If outsiders know about this Xiaota, the entire metaverse will go crazy." Yi Xian smiled. "Then don't let outsiders know. Lady Liang Ren, your first goal is to reach profound awareness. At the same time, give me some pointers. In terms of cultivation, I need your help." Liang Ren nodded. "Okay." Yi Xian opened his palm. The green profound sword appeared in his hand. He looked at Liang Ren. "Lady Liang Ren, I want to see the power of my sword. Be careful." As he spoke, he directly brought his beloved to a deathly silent starfield. This star region was devoid of spirit energy. There was no life. It was perfect for cultivation and fighting. Yi Xian looked at Liang Ren. "Lady Liang Ren, be careful." As soon as he said this, an endless flow of power gathered in the green profound sword. The next moment, her thumb lightly flicked and the sword struck out. In the distance, Liang Ren's pupil shrank. Facing Yi Xian's terrifying sword, she didn't dare to be careless. She took a step forward and pointed out with a finger. As this finger fell, the space-time in front of her caved in. Within that caved-in space-time, countless mysterious forces were wildly destroying everything. However, these forces were quickly annihilated as soon as they appeared. Seeing this scene, Liang Run was shocked. Her figure trembled, and she retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. And with Yi Xian as the center, the space-time in a radius of hundreds of thousands of feet was completely annihilated. In the distance, Liang Runrun stared at Yi Xian. World of daylight. Yi Xian nodded. What do you think about the power of my sword? Liang Runrun was silent for a moment. Invincible. Yi Xian was stunned. Invincible? Liang Runrun nodded. Yi Xian frowned. How can that be? That sword just now couldn't do anything to you at all. The man shook his head. You're wrong. If I had chosen to face you head-on, I would have died under your sword. Yi Xian said solemnly. Isn't it still useless? Her lover glared at Yi Xian. You call this useless? Do you know that this sword of yours has caused time to flow for tens of thousands of years? Under the flow of time, any power will be destroyed. Of course, it was not absolute. A life-profound realm expert should be able to block your power. However, I cannot be certain. Then she shook her head. No one under the life-profound realm dares to fight you. If you hadn't attacked first, I would have died for sure. Yi Xian understood. A backup plan. If his beloved made the first move, and he made the second move, it meant that his beloved would not be able to dodge his sword. Once they met head-on, those below the life-profound realm would die without a doubt. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. This sword was still effective. Her lover looked at Yi Xian. How did you draw out the power of the White Day world? Yi Xian waved the profound azure sword in his hand. Her lover looked deeply at Yi Xian. Your sister is definitely not just at the life-profound realm. Yi Xian was a bit puzzled. Is it so difficult to draw out the power of the White Day world? Her lover shook her head. You can try without this sword. Yi Xian smiled. Without the profound azure sword, he realized that he really could not draw it out. He also did not dare to draw it out. He could not endure the power of the White Day world. In fact, he did not say that he did not use his full strength in that sword. What was it? A full-strength sword? In a calm and focused state, he could summon the power of the 10,000 worlds in the heavens and earth. Moreover, he could activate the power of his bloodline, sword force and momentum. Finally, he could use the life-severing sword. This state was his strongest sword. As for how strong this sword was, he did not know. In any case, as long as the life-profound realm did not come out, he should be able to do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but grin. Actually, it was not a bad thing for the enemy to be a bit stronger. The stronger the enemy, the more motivation he would have. Life, should have a bit of difficulty. Zhou Clan? Challenge him. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and said, Lady lover, let us continue to cultivate. Next, I want to cultivate against time. Her lover frowned slightly. Against time? Yi Xian nodded slightly. In fact, he had long wanted to cultivate against time. It was to use the profound azure sword to draw out the power of time in Xiao Ta's body. Under normal circumstances, a prying profound realm expert could only reverse time for about a breath of time. However, the time in Xiao Ta's body was different from the outside. It was the complete opposite of the White Day world. Just imagine, he could reverse 10 years with one sword. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Cutting the future. Damn it. Did father use this method to reverse time when he slashed the future? If he could really draw out the power of time in Xiao Ta's body, wouldn't it mean that he could cut the future with one sword? It was very mysterious. But Yi Xian was very excited, because his intuition told him that it should be possible. Against time, Yi Xian said, Xiao Ta, I may need your cooperation. Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, How can I cooperate with you? Yi Xian said, I need the power of time in Xiao Ta's body. Xiao Ta said, Young master, I also do not know what kind of power it is. In any case, it was left here by Sister Tianming. For now there should be no limit to that power. Yi Xian nodded. I want to try. If you sense anything, tell me. Xiaota said. Okay. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword floated above his palm. In the next moment he slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, Xiaota and his body began to tremble slightly. In the distance, Darling looked at Yi Xian and frowned slightly. This guy wants to reverse time? Actually, she could also reverse time. However, she could only reverse time for about 10 breaths. Against a powerhouse with a lower realm than her, this was very useful. With a reverse time, the opponent would not be able to fight back. However, against an opponent of the same realm, this was too useless. Because everyone could reverse time, and it consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled slightly. In the next moment, a mysterious power suddenly surged into the green profound sword, and the surrounding starlight suddenly became distorted. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed at Darling. Darling frowned slightly and was about to defend, but in the next moment, she found that she was completely fine. What was going on? After a quarter of an hour, Darling's eyes suddenly narrowed because a strand of hair beside her ear had silently fallen off. Slashing the future. What was slashing the future? With this slash of my sword, the one who dies is not the current you, but the future you. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly roared. I'm invincible. Dad, come out. I'm going to beat you to death. Xiaota. P.S. Happy Labor Day. Brothers who go home, be careful. Everyone eat well and have fun. As for me, I won't go out on Labor Day. I'll focus on writing at home. I love you all. Chapter 2092. Calm down. Xiaota hurriedly said. Young master, calm down. Calm down. Yi Xian's blood is boiling, and he said excitedly. I can't calm down. Xiaota, we are going to rise. Xiaota said in a deep voice. Young master, you are already able to sever the future, but master can do it too. Dad can do it too. Yi Xian blinked his eyes, and his mind suddenly became a little clearer. Xiaota hesitated for a moment, and then said, what you know now might be the leftovers from his previous play. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Xiaota continued, but I think you should be able to fight with master now. And the next time you meet, you can fight with him. If you can beat him, then kill him. If you can't, then just surrender. In any case, it's not shameful for a son to surrender to his dad. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. That makes sense. At this moment his beloved suddenly said, how did you do it? Yi Xian looked at his beloved, and his beloved's eyes are filled with disbelief. Yi Xian laughed. Isn't this a very simple matter? I just need a pagoda and a sword. His beloved's expression froze. Damn it. She wants to kill this idiot in front of her. If he has a pagoda and a sword, it is indeed very simple, but the problem is, where can he find this pagoda and this sword? Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Yi Xian continued to cultivate this sever the future, but he quickly realized that this power of reverse time is very difficult to control, and he can at most reverse time for half a quarter of an hour. After that, he realized that it is very difficult. Moreover, he realized that the power of reverse time within Xiaota is completely different from his beloved's and the others. The power of reverse time from his beloved's and the others allows them to return to a breath of time. But his power of reverse time directly targets the opponent's future. There is a fundamental difference. Actually, they are both reverse time, but the reverse direction is different. Needless to say, at this moment, his beloved's heart is very shocked. No, shocked. Yi Xian's severing life and severing future were truly terrifying. In this world, aside from the life-profound realm, there was probably no one who could be his opponent. Not long ago, she could have pinched this guy to death with one hand. But now, she might not be his opponent. Was this the second generation? Cultivation does not rely on cultivation, but on fighting. Yi Xian suddenly said, Dear lady, let's go. His lover looked at Yi Xian. To the Zhou clan? Yi Xian laughed. Yes. His lover hesitated for a moment and said, Do you want to cultivate for a while longer? Yi Xian frowned. Why? Are you afraid that I can't beat them? His lover nodded honestly. They have at least 3 life-profound realm experts. Yi Xian waved his hand. They're just ants. After that he directly left Xiaota. In Xiaota's room, his lover was having a headache. Why is this guy so arrogant? Heaven Realm. In the Yuan universe, the Zhou clan is undoubtedly a colossus. It could be said that if the Zhou clan lightly stomps their feet, the entire Yuan universe will tremble. But now, something happened in the Zhou clan that wasn't too big or too small for the Zhou clan. A young master and an elder of the Zhou clan died. Zhou Lan's position in the Zhou clan was not particularly high, and he was not a core member. However, he was from the Zhou clan, and someone dared to kill him. This was equivalent to slapping the Zhou clan's face. Most importantly, the third elder was also killed. Although there were internal conflicts within the Zhou clan, when faced with this matter, everyone was unusually united. Those who dared to provoke the Zhou clan must be exterminated. On this day, a great elder of the Zhou clan left the Heaven Realm. This person's name is Zhou Hao, a great elder of the Zhou clan, and a life-profound realm expert. He directly sent out a life-profound realm expert. Because since the other party dared to go against the Zhou clan, it was very obvious that the other party was a life-profound realm expert. Since it was a life-profound realm expert, then a life-profound realm expert was needed to deal with it. Just as Zhou Hao left the Heaven Realm, he met Elder Ghost who came to report. Zhou Hao also knew this Elder Ghost because, according to the Zhou clan's information, Elder Ghost was present when Zhou Lan was killed. The spectral elder immediately bowed respectfully when he saw Zhou Hao. He was extremely humble. Life-profound realm. This was undoubtedly the existence at the top of the pyramid of the Yuan universe. Zhou Hao looked at Elder Ghost. You were there? Elder Ghost nodded. Yes. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. Tell me. Elder Ghost quickly said. The one who killed young Master Zhou Lan was a woman called Tian Ming. She was a life-profound realm expert. Life-profound realm? Zhou Hao frowned. I've never heard of this person. Elder Ghost smiled bitterly. She is indeed a life-profound realm expert. Moreover, I know how to contact her. Zhou Hao looked at Elder Ghost. How? Elder Ghost whispered a few words. Zhou Hao frowned. Like this. Elder Ghost nodded. Zhou Hao said softly. I never thought there would be another life-profound realm expert. As he spoke, he lifted his head towards the faraway stars and slowly closed his eyes. Tian Ming, come out and fight. Come out and fight. He knew that if the opponent was a life-profound realm expert, he would be able to hear him. However, there was no response. Zhou Hao frowned and looked towards the depths of the stars. You don't dare? Psst. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly sank into Zhou Hao's forehead. Boom. In an instant, Zhou Hao's body violently trembled. His flesh and soul instantly dissipated. Directly erased. Directly gone. All the nonsense before death was gone. Elder Ghost was dumbfounded. This person was gone just like that. Soon Elder Ghost's body began to tremble. Not only that, his face paled and cold sweat flowed. This was extreme fear. Instantly killing a life-profound realm expert? If it hadn't happened right in front of him, he would never have believed it. Someone had instantly killed a life-profound realm expert. Did he underestimate Tian Ming? At this moment, Elder Ghost didn't think this idea was absurd anymore. At this moment, the sword in front of Elder Ghost suddenly trembled, and then disappeared. Elder Ghost hesitated for a moment, then bowed respectfully before turning to leave. His body was still trembling as he walked. Life-profound realm? It was obvious that the woman wasn't a life-profound realm expert. Young Master Yi. Elder Ghost suddenly felt that young Master Yi was actually quite a nice person. What a low-key, modest, and gentle person. Yi Xian. Not long after Elder Ghost left, a middle-aged man appeared. It was the Zhou clan's patriarch, Zhou Qing. Beside Zhou Qing was a woman. She wore a long purple dress, and her features were picturesque. She was extremely beautiful. This person was the #1 monster of the primordial universe, Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian glanced at the surroundings with a calm expression. Since they were able to kill second uncle without anyone noticing, it means that they either have 3 life-profound realm experts, or their strength is far above the life-profound realm. Above the life-profound realm. Zhou Qing frowned when he heard this. That's not possible. Zhou Xian glanced at the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. It's not possible. However, even 3 life-profound sword realm experts wouldn't be able to kill second uncle without anyone noticing. When she spoke up to this point, she slowly closed her eyes. My Zhou clan might be in trouble. Trouble? Zhou Qing frowned slightly. It can't be that bad, right? Zhou Xian shook her head slightly. Father, we've already lost a life-profound realm expert, and he died without anyone noticing. Isn't that troublesome? Zhou Qing fell silent. Zhou Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, My Zhou clan has been invincible since 10 million years ago. Under such circumstances, it's unavoidable for our clansmen to become arrogant and look down on others. When she spoke up to this point, she shook her head slightly. It's very likely that things will go south. Zhou Qing looked at Zhou Xian. What do you think we should do? Zhou Xian fell silent for a moment, and then she said, The cause of this is that youth called Yi Xian. I'll go investigate. Zhou Qing frowned slightly. You'll go investigate? Zhou Xian nodded. I'll do it myself. Zhou Qing said in a deep voice. In half a month, you will become the Zhou clan leader. At this time, how can you? Zhou Xian looked at Zhou Qing. This concerns the rise and fall of my Zhou clan. No, it concerns the survival of my Zhou clan. I have to personally investigate this youth called Yi Xian. Before I finish investigating, the clan is not allowed to send anyone to target him, and we are not allowed to find trouble with him. Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. All right. Although he was the clan leader, the power of the Zhou clan was already in Zhou Xian's hands. Of course, he wasn't unhappy because this was his own daughter. Other than those few perverts, who wouldn't want their children to be stronger than them. Zhou Xian said again, Father, when I'm not here, you must restrain the clansmen, especially those rich playboys of the younger generation. Zhou Qing smiled. I know. When you come into contact with that Yi Xian, you must also be careful. As he said, there might be a huge unknown force behind him. Zhou Xian nodded slightly. I will. As she spoke, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Qing looked into the distant horizon and frowned. An unknown mysterious force? After a moment of silence, he turned and left. On the other side, Yi Xian headed straight for the Zhou clan in the heavenly world. Right now he wanted to fight. Fight. Invincible. This feeling was back again. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Not far away, a middle-aged man appeared. The middle-aged man was dressed in a luxurious robe, and his hands were hidden in his wide sleeves. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 2 black-robed elders with cold expressions on their faces. It was obvious that the 3 of them were not easy to deal with. Yi Xian sized up the 3 of them, and then said, You are? The middle-aged man in the lead sized up Yi Xian, then took out a portrait and looked at it. Following that, he looked at Yi Xian. You are Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. That's right. As he spoke, he clenched his right fist. Yi Xian suddenly said, You are? The middle-aged man grinned coldly. You are wanted by the Tiang clan. Your head can be exchanged for dozens of star veins. Dozens of star veins. Yi Xian frowned slightly. So little? The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. Is it little? Yi Xian smiled, then suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed, then turned around and left. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, a little puzzled. What are you doing? Yi Xian didn't speak, and continued to walk into the distance. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed a touch of malevolence. Ignoring us? You. At this moment his eyebrows suddenly split open, and a stream of blood spurted out, flashing the future. The middle-aged man's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He looked up into the depths of the starry sky with a trace of loneliness in his eyes. Invincible, so lonely. Xiao Ta. Chapter 2093. Being invincible is really lonely. Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. Young master, have you forgotten the rule that you can't stay cool for more than 3 days? Yi Xian laughed. This time, it will definitely be different. His words were filled with invincible confidence. Xiao Ta wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian smiled. Why? You don't believe me? Xiao Ta sighed. Young master, it's better for you to keep a low profile. Yi Xian laughed. If one isn't frivolous, it would be a waste of youth. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian directly disappeared into the starry sky. Inside Xiao Ta, his lover was also cultivating. Her improvement could be described as terrifying. After all, she was cultivating inside Xiao Ta. Most importantly, there were more than 100 star veins inside Xiao Ta. There was a lot of spiritual energy. Not long after, Yi Xian stopped. Not far in front of him, there was a huge starry sky city. Yi Xian looked at the huge city. Above the gate, there were 3 big words, Chaoyuan City. Yi Xian walked towards Chaoyuan City. As soon as he arrived at the city gates, a woman suddenly walked out of the city. The woman was dressed in a long purple dress and had a purple belt around her waist. Her waist was slender. The two of them were about to pass each other. At this moment, the woman suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi? Yi Xian stopped and looked at the woman. You know me? The woman nodded. Yi Xian smiled. You're from the Zhou clan? The woman was slightly stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly ask such a question. And she was Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was straightforward, nodding his head slightly to acknowledge his identity. Yi Xian looked around and said, I don't sense anyone powerful. Did you come alone? Zhou Xian smiled. Can I talk to young Master Yi alone? Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Zhou Xian nodded. Young Master Yi, follow me. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the city. On the way, Zhou Xian said softly, this city was originally called Imperial Flourishing City. It was once the capital city of a super empire. Later on, that super empire was destroyed overnight. Then, this city fell into the hands of my Zhou clan. Yi Xian was a little curious. Super empire? Zhou Xian glanced at Yi Xian. Shangqiao. Yi Xian frowned. Never heard of it. Zhou Xian smiled faintly. Looks like young Master Yi came from another place. Yi Xian nodded. He looked around. The city was very ancient, and there were all kinds of runes drawn on the walls. Clearly this was some kind of array formation. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss, you said that a super empire was suddenly destroyed. How was it destroyed? Zhou Xian whispered. It was said that it was destroyed by a swordsman. Swordsman? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What kind of swordsman? Zhou Xian said. I don't know his name. I only know that he wore a cloud-white robe. Hearing that, Yi Xian suddenly exclaimed, F***CK. Zhou Xian turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi knows him? Yi Xian's expression turned strange. Big brother? That shouldn't be the case. Big brother is different from Qing'er. He usually finds people to spar with. Why would he destroy a city? Could there be another reason? At this moment, Zhou Xian suddenly asked, Young Master Yi knows that swordsman? Yi Xian glanced at Zhou Xian. If I said that I know him, would you believe me? Zhou Xian nodded. I believe you. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why do you believe me? Zhou Xian smiled and did not say a word. Yi Xian was about to speak when Zhou Xian led Yi Xian into a luxurious restaurant. Why was it luxurious? This was because this restaurant was actually constructed from various types of precious crystals. After entering the restaurant, a very beautiful woman walked over slowly. The woman walked in front of Zhou Xian and Yi Xian and bowed respectfully. Zhou Xian took out a card and handed it to the woman. The woman was slightly taken aback before she took the card and said, Miss, please follow me. After that, she gestured for him to go ahead, then turned around and walked upstairs. Zhou Xian led Yi Xian and followed. Yi Xian sized up the woman leading the way. He was a little speechless. This woman was wearing too little, especially her chest. She deliberately revealed half of it. Although it was very big, he still felt that it was not good. He was a man of honor. Under the woman's lead, Yi Xian and Zhou Xian came to a side room. The two of them sat by the window. From this position, they could see half of the city. The scenery was very good. After the woman left, Zhou Xian looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, are you going to the heaven realm this time? Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Xian was silent for a moment before saying, Revenge? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Isn't your Zhou clan searching for me everywhere? There is no need to search for me. I will do it myself. Zhou Xian smiled. Young Master Yi, do you know that the Zhou clan has a few life-profound realm experts? Yi Xian nodded. I know. Zhou Xian looked at Yi Xian. Then young Master Yi is still going? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Miss, is the life-profound realm very strong? Zhou Xian was slightly startled and asked back. Not strong. Yi Xian smiled without saying a word. Zhou Xian was silent for a moment before saying, Young Master Yi, the matter between you and the Zhou clan is a misunderstanding. I came to find you today to resolve this misunderstanding. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Xian. Can you represent the Zhou clan? Zhou Xian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Since it is a misunderstanding, then we are fine. Fine. Zhou Xian looked at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Xian was silent for a long time before saying, Then we are fine. Yi Xian stood up and smiled. Miss, can you help me with something? Zhou Xian said. Tell me. Yi Xian smiled. Where can I find a life-profound realm expert? Zhou Xian looked at Yi Xian. You want to find a life-profound realm expert? Yi Xian nodded. I want to spar with a life-profound realm expert. Zhou Xian was silent for a long time before saying, I'm afraid it will be difficult to help young Master Yi with this favor. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Zhou Xian said. Because life-profound realm experts are the peak existences in the metaverse. Sparring with them is very difficult. Yi Xian said with a smile. All right. Zhou Xian suddenly said. If young Master Yi wants to find someone to spar with, I know a place in Dao Yi that can bring young Master Yi there. Yi Xian was curious. Where? Zhou Xian looked at Yi Xian. The Emperor's tomb. Yi Xian frowned. The Emperor's tomb? Zhou Xian nodded. The Emperor's tomb of Shangqiu. Some of the fallen emperors of Shangqiu are buried there. That place is very dangerous. Young Master Yi can go there. Yi Xian suddenly walked in front of Zhou Xian and looked at her. Miss, you want to kill me with a borrowed knife? Zhou Xian smiled faintly. Young Master Yi can go or not go. The choice is in young Master Yi's hands. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, you're so bad. Zhou Xian suddenly said. I'll accompany young Master Yi. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. You're going? Zhou Xian nodded. I'll accompany you. I can also take a look at the Emperor's tomb. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Ta suddenly said. Young Master, it's better if you don't go. Yi Xian smiled. Why? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. This is a new place. Aren't you afraid of becoming a little brother? Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a man walked in. Zhou Xian frowned slightly. Yi Xian looked at the man who walked in. The man sized up Zhou Xian, and then looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. The man smiled. Do you know who I am? Yi Xian shook his head. The man's lips curled up. My surname is Zhou. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he turned to look at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked at Yi Xian. I'll handle it. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Zhou Xian turned to look at the man. Do you know who I am? The man looked at Zhou Xian and smiled. You're Yi Xian's woman? Yi Xian suddenly said. Brother, watch your words. I'm not a casual person. Really, I'm not casual. Zhou Xian looked at the man. Are you sure you don't know me? The man looked straight at Zhou Xian. Why? Are you threatening me? Zhou Xian frowned. What's your name? The man smiled. Zhou Qi. Have you heard of me? Zhou Xian's frown deepened. She had never heard of him. It was normal that she did not know this man. After all, the Zhou clan was too big. There were at least tens of thousands of disciples in the main clan alone. There were countless branches. However, it was not normal that Zhou Qi did not know her, because she was the young clan leader of the Zhou clan, and would soon be the clan leader. Zhou Xian was silent for a moment. Who is your father? Zhou Qi smiled. Woman, after we kill this Yi Xian, you will follow me. You. Zhou Xian suddenly placed her right hand on Zhou Qi's shoulder. The next moment she exerted force. Kacha. In an instant, Zhou Qi's entire body shattered into powder. Only his soul was left. Zhou Qi was dumbfounded. The next moment, Zhou Qi suddenly said ferociously, "Bitch, how dare you hurt me? How dare you disrespect my Zhou clan? You." As he spoke, he suddenly opened his palm. A flame talisman suddenly shot into the sky. "Call for help." Zhou Xian was silent for a moment. She sat down beside Yi Xian and remained silent. In the distance, Zhou Qi suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said resentfully, "Yi Xian, your 10 clans will be annihilated." Yi Xian frowned. "My God, is there something wrong with you? She was the one who hit you. Why are you looking for me?" Zhou Qi said angrily, "She is your woman." Yi Xian said seriously, "She really is not." Zhou Qi stared at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, this metaverse belongs to my Zhou clan. If you dare to touch me, you will be touching the entire Zhou clan. Your 10 clans will be annihilated." Yi Xian shook his head. He was speechless. Was there really such a stupid person in the world? Back in the city of Qing, most of the aristocratic disciples who had competed with him were shrewd people, each more cunning than the last. Why were the people in this kind of place as dumb as idiots? At this moment, Zhou Xian said softly, "Are the younger generation of the Zhou clan all like this?" At this moment, there was a trace of worry in her eyes. Useless fools. She did not expect the younger generation of the Zhou clan to be like this. Had their lives been too easy these past few years? At this moment, Zhou Qi suddenly laughed loudly. "Haha, Yi Xian, my people are here. My Zhou clan's experts are here. Just wait for your death." Looking at Zhou Qi, Yi Xian said, "You remind me of someone." Zhou Qi frowned slightly. "Who?" Yi Xian said softly. "Tian Yi." It had to be said that Tian Yi was really amazing. He had said that he could fight Qing, Tian Yi. Chapter 2094. Meanwhile, an old man walked into the room. As soon as the old man entered, Zhou Qi immediately said, "Uncle Nan, save me." As he spoke, he pointed furiously at Zhou Xian. "That bitch dared to hit me and even threatened to destroy my Zhou clan." Zhou Xian's expression was calm, and he remained silent. Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Zhou Qi, and then a wisp of coldness flashed through his eyes. He turned around to look at Zhou Xian, and he was instantly stunned when he saw Zhou Xian. A moment later, he strode over to Zhou Xian, bowed respectfully, and spoke with a trembling voice. Young patriarch. The young patriarch." Both Yi Xian and Zhou Qi were stunned when they heard Zhou Qi. Yi Xian was stunned because he knew that Zhou Xian's status in the Zhou clan wasn't low, but he hadn't imagined that Zhou Xian would actually be the young patriarch. Zhou Qi's figure suddenly started trembling. Who was Zhou Xian? He was the most monstrous genius of the Zhou clan. Not only was he the young patriarch of the entire Zhou clan, he was about to become the patriarch of the Zhou clan. The reason he didn't know Zhou Xian was because Zhou Xian was merely the young master of a branch of the Zhou clan, not to mention the core of the Zhou clan. Someone like him couldn't even be considered as a member of the outer circle. Moreover, he didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with an existence like Zhou Xian. Zhou Qi's legs felt weak, and he knelt down slowly and spoke with a trembling voice. "Young patriarch." Zhou Xian gazed at the old man. "Chop off his limbs and hang him in Chaohua City." Zhou Qi spoke with a trembling voice. "Young patriarch, please spare me." The old man hesitated for a moment and was about to beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian suddenly turned around. "Take them away, break their limbs, and then hang them in Chaohua City until they die." Also, when she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Zhou Qi, who knelt on the ground, and said, "Expel all of his branch members from the clan, and they're forbidden from using the clan's surname." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 black-robed old men suddenly appeared here, and they weren't even able to react before they were taken away. Zhou Xian turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry for that." Yi Xian smiled. "I never expected you to actually be the young patriarch of the Zhou clan." After a moment of silence, Zhou Xian said, "Young Master Yi, are you interested in visiting my Zhou clan?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Go to the Zhou clan?" Zhou Xian nodded. I would like to invite you to the Zhou clan as a guest. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Xian. Why? Zhou Xian smiled faintly. I don't have any other motives. I just want to bring young Master Yi on a trip, and then let my Zhou clan's people see some of the super monsters outside. Of course, in return, I can find a life-profound realm expert for young Master Yi to spar with. If young Master Yi wants to go to the Emperor's tomb, I can accompany you. Life-profound realm. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Miss, Zhou Xian suddenly said, You can call me Zhou Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Zhou Xian, you want me to go to your Zhou clan purely to let your Zhou clan see the monsters and geniuses outside? Zhou Xian nodded. Not entirely. My Zhou clan and young Master Yi had a misunderstanding. This time, I also want to invite young Master Yi to my Zhou clan to apologize. Yi Xian thought about it and said, All right. Life-profound realm. From the looks of it, only the Zhou clan had life-profound realm experts. If he wanted to spar with a life-profound realm expert, he could only find the Zhou clan. Zhou Xian nodded. Young Master Yi, let's go. With that, she brought Yi Xian and disappeared. Chaohua City. This was the main city of the Zhou clan, and it could be said to be the most prosperous city in the metaverse. Zhou Xian brought Yi Xian into the city. As if she thought of something, Zhou Xian suddenly said, Pass down my order. Have all the young generation of the Zhou clan immediately come to the martial field. If they don't come in 15 minutes, I will break their legs. Behind Zhou Xian, an old man quietly retreated. Zhou Xian turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, can you give some pointers to the young generation of the Zhou clan later? Yi Xian smiled. Are you serious? Zhou Xian nodded. Yi Xian blinked. You want to test me? Zhou Xian was also very frank. Yes. Yi Xian laughed. Then give some pointers. However, I'm afraid that it will hurt the geniuses of the Zhou clan. Zhou Xian immediately said, Feel free to hurt them. Yi Xian said with a smile. You said it. Zhou Xian nodded. Soon, the two of them arrived at the martial field. When the two of them arrived, the entire martial field was already filled with thousands of people. All of them were the geniuses of the Zhou clan's young generation. When they saw Zhou Xian, everyone hurriedly bowed and said in unison, Greetings, young clan head. Yi Xian glanced at Zhou Xian, and he was slightly surprised. Looks like Zhou Xian's prestige in the hearts of the younger generation of the Zhou clan is very high. Zhou Xian glanced at them and said, This is young Master Yi. Yilan died at his hands. Yi Xian. Everyone here gazed at Yi Xian with hostile expressions. Meanwhile, some of the older experts of the Zhou clan had appeared at the side. The person in the lead was the Zhou clan's patriarch, Zhou Qing. All of them were looking at Yi Xian, and Zhou Qing, and the others frowned when they saw Yi Xian, because they noticed that Yi Xian's cultivation was truly too low. Meanwhile, a man from the Zhou clan walked over to Yi Xian, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, can you provide me with some guidance? Yi Xian gazed at Zhou Xian, and the latter nodded slightly. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and smiled. Sure. The man slowly clenched his right fist, and then an extremely terrifying force suddenly condensed within it. In the next moment, his right fist turned fiery red, and then he charged forward and smashed his fist at Yi Xian. It was pure strength. Wherever the punch passed, time and space were incinerated into nothingness. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly flicked his thumb. The green profound sword slashed forward. Bang! An expanse of flames erupted, and then the man was blasted over 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his right arm had fallen off from his shoulder. He'd been defeated with a single strike of the sword. The surroundings were silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. Zhou Qing spoke solemnly. Did you notice anything? A black-clothed old man by his side spoke hoarsely. Extraordinary sword. Zhou Qing asked, Where is he? The old man fell silent for a short moment before he said, I can't tell for now. Zhou Qing nodded slightly. Keep watching. Another man walked over to Yi Xian from afar. This time, the man was at the profound awareness realm. A true monstrous genius had appeared. The man gazed at Yi Xian. Please provide me with your guidance. As he spoke, he took a step forward. With this step, the surrounding space actually became illusory. Time reversal. Yi Xian immediately sensed the energy of time reversal. However, it was different from his own time reversal. The man raised his right hand slowly, and then he swung it down. Hiss! The space above Yi Xian was suddenly torn apart, and then a palm swept down. Yi Xian was just about to attack with his sword when he noticed that the energy of time reversal was interfering with him. Just like before, if he attacked, then he would forever be slower than the man. Yi Xian didn't hesitate to execute life rend. As soon as he swung his sword, the palm was instantly obliterated, and the man instantly transformed into a white-haired old man. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. Zhou Xian turned to look at Yi Xian, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes for the first time. On the other side, Zhou Qing stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How could this be possible? The black-clothed old man by his side had a trace of disbelief in his eyes as well. He's actually able to forcefully draw the time-lapse energy from the daylight world into the outside world. Moreover, he's even able to avoid the backlash. As he spoke, his gaze descended onto the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. It's this sword. This sword is actually able to withstand the time-lapse energy. It's truly unbelievable. Zhou Qing looked at the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand as well, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. In the distance, the man before Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, "This." Yi Xian smiled. Time reversal? That's not time reversal at all. Young man, you still need to cultivate. The man gazed at Yi Xian. Why are you able to draw out the time-lapse energy from within the daylight world? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Is it very difficult? The man's face froze. Yi Xian went on. This should be a very simple thing. I only used less than a day to complete my cultivation all those years ago. Is it very difficult for all of you? As he spoke, he even intentionally glanced at the geniuses of the Zhou clan. All of them were speechless. Meanwhile, the man suddenly gazed at the azure sword in Yi Xian's hand. It's your sword. Yi Xian glanced at the azure sword in his hand, and then he said, Are you slightly dissatisfied? The man looked Yi Xian in the eyes. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. If you're disgruntled, then you can refine a divine artifact of your own. Because this sword was forged by me. The man frowned slightly. You forged it yourself? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The man glanced at Yi Xian with slight disbelief. Yi Xian smiled. I forged it for my own use. Does it count as using external objects? The man fell silent. Yi Xian roared with laughter. Are there any other geniuses in the Zhou clan? If there aren't, then all of you can attack me together. I'll fight all of you by myself. Attack him together. The expressions of the geniuses of the Zhou clan became unsightly when they heard this. That was a blatant insult. Meanwhile, a woman suddenly walked over to Yi Xian, and she gazed at Yi Xian. Can we fight without using our swords? Yi Xian replied with a question. Can you fight without using your hands? The woman stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, what are you talking about? I'm a swordsman, and you're asking me to fight without using my swords. Don't you think that's rude? The woman spoke in a deep voice. Your sword is very powerful. You're bullying us with it. Even if we can't defeat you, we won't accept it. The geniuses of the Zhou clan nodded when they heard this. The woman suddenly said, Are you going to lose if you don't use this sword? Everyone looked at Yi Xian. How overbearing. Yi Xian smiled. I can choose not to use this sword, but we have to increase the wager. If the Zhou clan loses, you have to give me 500 star veins. If I lose, I'll also give you 500 star veins. 500 star veins. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. That wasn't a small number. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Do you have 500 star veins? Yi Xian waved the azure sword in his hand. Is this sword worth 500 star veins? The woman fell silent. At this moment, she didn't have any confidence. No one could see through Yi Xian. His cultivation was very low, but his strength was very strange. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss, if you don't dare, I can add another condition. You don't have to fight alone. All of you can come at me together. All the geniuses of the Zhou clan can come at me together. If I lose, I'll give this sword to all of you. But I have to say this first. Once I get serious, I won't be able to control myself. At that time, I'll bury all of you together. Don't take revenge on me. Everyone was speechless. Xiao Tao's voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind. Young master, are you sure you can fight a few thousand people? Yi Xian said in his heart. I can't. Xiao Tao was puzzled. Why are you saying that? Yi Xian said in his heart. Let's show off first. Moreover, they won't be so shameless as to gang up on me. I can tell who's shameless and who's shameless. Xiao Tao was speechless. P.S. It's only midnight every day. I'm a bit embarrassed to ask for votes. Wait for me to work harder and save more manuscripts. Then, everyone can vote. Thank you to all those who have voted, and those who have tipped. Thank you for your support. Thank you again. Chapter 2095. The expressions of the geniuses and geniuses of the Zhou clan became extremely unsightly when they heard Yi Xian. Yi Xian was looking down on them. But it was exactly because of this that they felt fearful instead. Why did Yi Xian dare to act so arrogantly? Obviously, it was because of his strength. But could Yi Xian really defeat all the geniuses and geniuses of the Zhou clan? Meanwhile, the woman before Yi Xian suddenly said, I'll fight you. She had no choice but to fight. If the Zhou clan didn't accept Yi Xian's provocation, then it would be a huge humiliation to the Zhou clan. Of course, it was just as Yi Xian had guessed. The Zhou clan really wouldn't gang up on him. If they did, then they would become a laughingstock even if they won. Yi Xian gazed at the woman before him and smiled. Are all of you really not going to fight me together? The woman stared at Yi Xian. Please provide me with your guidance, young master Yi. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. As soon as she did, the area of space where Yi Xian resided instantly became illusory. At the same time, the illusory space started to burn, and then strands of destructive energy surged towards Yi Xian with the intention of shattering him into pieces. It was pure strength, the profound awareness realm. The woman didn't utilize the energy of the passage of time, because the man from before had failed. She'd chosen to utilize pure strength against Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. The green profound sword in his hand had become an ordinary sword. After he closed his eyes, Yi Xian swiftly entered into a meditative state. At this moment, the sword in his hand started to tremble slightly. Moreover, his soul was highly concentrated at this moment. Meanwhile, Yi Xian lightly flicked his thumb. Oem! A sword howl shot into the sky. This time, Yi Xian didn't execute Fate Rend and Future Rend. An instant of life and death. This sword was a moment of life and death in a calm and focused state. At the instant the sword was drawn, an enormous hole was torn open in the space in front of Yi Xian. In the next moment, a figure retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers. It was that woman. As soon as the woman stopped, a flying sword pierced through her forehead. Perfect connection. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Yi Xian looked at the woman who was pinned by his sword in the distance and smiled. Miss, do you know that the sword is extraordinary because of the person? A truly powerful swordsman, even if it's a piece of wood, is still a peerless divine sword. The woman stared at Yi Xian for a long time before she said, I've lost. Yi Xian opened his palm. 500 star veins. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian spoke softly. I never expected that young Master Yi would actually be able to condense his soul into a single point. We underestimated young Master Yi's attainments in the Sword Dao. As she spoke, she tapped with her finger, and a spatial ring floated over to Yi Xian. There were exactly 500 star veins within the spatial ring. Yi Xian glanced at Zhou Xian, and he was quite shocked. The Zhou clan is really rich. They've produced 500 star veins just like that. Zhou Xian suddenly gazed at the geniuses of the Zhou clan. What do you think? Everyone fell silent. Zhou Xian continued. We've been living too comfortably in the past few years. Because it's been too comfortable, so many arrogantly think that our Zhou clan is number one under the heavens. From today onward, our Zhou clan will be reformed and reorganized. As she spoke, she turned to look at Zhou Qing. Father, I've formulated a reform and reorganization plan. You'll carry it out. Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment before he nodded. All right. Zhou Xian turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, let's go. Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Xian brought Yi Xian to an unknown spacetime. She looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi wants to fight against a life-profound realm cultivator? Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Xian nodded slightly. Then young Master Yi can make your move. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Xian. A moment later he smiled. I never thought that you'd really be a life-profound realm cultivator. Zhou Xian chuckled. So young Master Yi has already guessed it. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Zhou Xian, I'll only use 2 strikes. Zhou Xian nodded. Come. The sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly turned into the profound azure sword. In the next moment, he pointed with his thumb, and the sword flew out from the sheath. 1 strike to kill. With this strike, the river of stars in the field disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, Zhou Xian stood motionlessly, allowing the endless power of dissipation to engulf her. A moment later, the starry sky had turned into a deathly silent starry sky, but Zhou Xian was completely fine. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Xian and frowned. Why? Zhou Xian said, Life-profound body. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Life-profound body? Zhou Xian nodded. It's a special type of physique, also known as a Dharma physique. It's impervious to all techniques, including the power of dissipation in the daytime. We can survive in the daytime. Yi Xian fell silent. Life-profound body. This surprised him. At this moment Zhou Xian said, Make your second strike. Yi Xian lightly pushed with his thumb, and the profound azure sword trembled slightly, but nothing happened. Zhou Xian frowned slightly, and in the next moment, she seemed to sense something. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and her right hand suddenly moved to block. Qi. With this block, a stream of blood sprayed out, and her right hand was directly sent flying. However, she had already retreated tens of thousands of meters away, and she was extremely far away from Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the distance, Zhou Xian looked at Yi Xian, and for the first time, there was a trace of seriousness in her eyes. The future. Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Xian was silent for a long time, and then said, Amazing. Yi Xian shook his head. It doesn't seem to work against you. Zhou Xian shook her head. You're wrong. The reason I was able to dodge it was because I was on guard. When I was fully on guard, I was able to sense the danger that was about to arrive. So, I was able to rely on my instinct to defend myself against your attack. But if I wasn't on guard, then I might not have been able to defend myself against this attack of yours. Yi Xian said in a low voice. So you're saying that my strike can threaten the life-profound realm? Zhou Xian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. As long as you can. Miss Zhou Xian, will you make a move? Zhou Xian shook her head. No. Yi Xian didn't understand. Why? Zhou Xian looked at Yi Xian. Because I will kill you. Yi Xian. Zhou Xian appeared in front of Yi Xian, and looked at Yi Xian. You only have 1 chance to attack when facing a life-profound realm expert, and you must attack first. Otherwise, once the life-profound realm expert attacks, you won't have the chance to attack. Because you don't have a life-profound body, it is too easy for a life-profound realm expert to kill you. Yi Xian frowned. Very easy? Zhou Xian nodded. Yi Xian was silent. Zhou Xian smiled. You don't believe me? Yi Xian smiled. I believe you. You have no reason to lie to me. Zhou Xian nodded. To the Emperor Tomb? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. The two got up and headed to the Emperor Tomb. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Zhou Xian, how do I cultivate this life-profound body? Zhou Xian said, For others it is almost impossible, but for you it should be very easy. Yi Xian didn't understand. Why? Zhou Xian said, To cultivate the life-profound body, there are 2 basic requirements. First, there are enough resources, at least 1,000 star veins. Second, there is a need to fuse with a special spacetime. I have observed your sword before. Your sword seems to have a restraining effect on spacetime. Yi Xian said with a smile. Indeed. As he spoke, he looked at Zhou Xian. Miss Zhou Xian, can you teach me? Zhou Xian asked. The person behind you is very strong. Is she not willing to teach you? Yi Xian shook his head. She is a bit far away from me. I can't contact her. Zhou Xian was silent for a moment and said, Sure. As she spoke, she pointed with her finger, and a white light directly entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom! Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, and a lot of information surged into his mind. The cultivation method of the life-profound body. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Xian. Miss Zhou Xian, you are giving it to me so easily? Zhou Xian said. You are in the same circle as us. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, What do you mean? Zhou Xian glanced at Yi Xian. It is like borrowing money. A person with strength can easily find someone in the same circle to borrow money from. And he is also willing to lend money to someone in the same circle as him. Why? Because both sides know that the other party can afford it. On the contrary, if a slightly weaker person were to borrow money from a rich person, he would most likely not be able to borrow money, because in the other party's eyes, it is like a tiger borrowing a pig. There is no return. Yi Xian, Zhou Xian continued. This cultivation method is very precious to others, but it is not precious to you, because even if I don't give it to you, you will definitely be able to obtain it in the future. Since that is the case, why don't I give it to you, sell you a favor? Yi Xian said with a smile. Is this the so-called circle culture? Zhou Xian nodded. If you are not strong enough, you cannot play in the same circle. Yi Xian was silent. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, I know why master does not bring you along. Because you are not strong enough, you are not in the same circle as master. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. If you do not know how to speak, then don't speak. Xiao Ta. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He directly called out his lover. Yi Xian looked at his lover in front of him, and said with a smile, Miss Lover, it is time for us to part. Lover looked at Yi Xian. How about I follow you? Yi Xian. Lover continued. I do not want to follow you because of your Xiao Ta. Mainly because I think you are a good person. I want to be friends with you. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss Lover, your goal now should be life profound, right? Lover nodded. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, Miss Lover, it is indeed time for us to part. Strictly speaking, Lover and him, they are not even friends. He has no obligation to let her continue to cultivate in Xiao Ta. At this moment, Lover is already Yi Xian. Of course, this is because she is cultivating in Xiao Ta. Moreover, she has used nearly a dozen of his star veins. Lover was silent for a long time, then said, Take care. After saying that, she turned around and left. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly bent his finger, and a white light entered Lover's eyebrows. It is the cultivation method of life-profound body. Lover was slightly stunned, then said, You. Yi Xian smiled. You solved the spiritual energy problem yourself. Lover was silent for a long time, then said, Thank you. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Yi Xian turned to look at Zhou Xian. Miss Zhou Xian, let's go. Zhou Xian nodded. Lover disappeared into the distance. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly became curious. Miss Zhou Xian, the Shangqiu kingdom was destroyed by that swordsman. Zhou Xian said, although he did not directly destroy it, it has a lot to do with him, because he killed a group of the top experts of Shangqiu. Brother. Yi Xian looked into the distance, a little curious. Brother usually only sparred. He does not kill. Could it be that Shangqiu kingdom made brother famous? Chapter 2096. Emperor Tomb. Not long after, Yi Xian and Zhou Xian arrived at the Emperor Tomb. The Emperor's tomb was located in a mountain range. As soon as the two of them arrived at the mountain range, Yi Xian felt a mysterious force. Beside Yi Xian, Zhou Xian whispered, The aura of an emperor. Who would have thought that the aura of an emperor would still be so thick after so many years? Yi Xian looked at Zhou Exan. Has your Zhou clan never gone in? Zhou Exan shook her head. We can't. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Zhou Exan said after a moment of silence. First, the god execution formation left behind by the Emperor of Shangqiu is extremely powerful. Even a life-profound realm expert would find it hard to break it. Second, there is still the sword qi left behind by that swordsman. My Zhou clan has slowly devoured the formation, but the sword qi left behind. At this point, her expression suddenly turned grave. Back then, my Zhou clan also wanted to destroy these sword auras. However, we did not succeed in the end. Not only did we fail, we even lost a life-profound stage expert. Yi Xian said in a low voice. You want me to deal with the sword qi? Zhou Exan nodded. Yi Xian nodded. Then let's go in. Zhou Exan looked at Yi Xian. Do you really know that swordsman? If you don't, it's not too late to leave. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive. Yi Xian said with a smile. Let's go. As he spoke, he walked into the distance. Zhou Exan followed after a moment of silence. Not long after, Yi Xian saw a group of stone statues scattered in the distance. Apart from them, there were also a few statues of armored men. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Zhou Exan, was the Shangqiu kingdom very strong back then? Zhou Exan nodded. Very strong. Yi Xian asked again, Is there anyone stronger than life-profound realm? Zhou Exan shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned. You don't know? Zhou Exan nodded. We don't know much about the Shangqiu kingdom either. Yi Xian was about to speak, when Zhou Exan suddenly pointed into the distance. Look over there. Yi Xian looked into the distance. Not far from them was a plain. On the plain there were dozens of tombs. Among them, there was a very large tomb. It was pure gold in color, and looked very luxurious. Zhou Exan looked at the golden tomb and said softly, That should be the tomb of the last emperor of Shangqiu kingdom, Di Ming. Yi Xian looked around and frowned. A sense of unease rose in his heart. Zhou Exan suddenly said, There's a situation. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Exan. Zhou Exan stared at the golden tomb. There's someone inside. Alive. Someone was there. Yi Xian was about to speak when a strand of sword qi suddenly drifted down from the sky like a feather. Zhou Exan's expression changed drastically. It was the swordsman's sword qi. Meanwhile, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the sword qi floated slowly into his hand. The sword qi has a spirit. Not to mention the sword qi of the three swords. Even his own sword qi had a spirit of its own. Yi Xian looked at the sword qi in his hand and smiled. Where's Big Brother? The sword qi trembled slightly, as if it was responding to him. Yi Xian fell silent. The sword qi meant that Big Brother was very, very far away. After a short while, Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the sword qi in his hand. He smiled. Come with me. The sword qi trembled slightly and seemed very happy. Yi Xian kept the sword qi. Meanwhile, the group of golden tombs in the distance suddenly trembled slightly. Zhou Exan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, said solemnly, Watch out. Yi Xian looked at the golden tomb. At this moment, the golden tomb suddenly split open, and a middle-aged man in a dragon robe slowly floated out. Zhou Exan whispered, Di Ming. Yi Xian looked at Di Ming, and was on his guard. Di Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. Who are you to the swordsman? Yi Xian said, He's my sworn brother. Zhou Exan turned to look at him. Big brother? Sworn brothers? Yi Xian nodded. Zhou Exan had a strange expression on his face. In the distance, Di Ming stared at Yi Xian. He's so strong, but you're so weak. How could he be your sworn brother? Yi Xian was silent. Could this digger speak? No wonder he was beaten up so badly by Big Brother. To survive in this world, it was very important to speak and conduct oneself. Di Ming suddenly asked, Where is he now? Yi Xian looked at Di Ming. What's wrong? Di Ming suddenly smiled. What's wrong? Yi Xian said. You want revenge? Di Ming flicked his sleeves and smiled. Can't I? Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Who gave you the courage? Di Ming chuckled. Why? Do you think your big brother is strong? Yi Xian frowned. If he wasn't, would the Shangqiu kingdom still be like this? Di Ming paused and then smiled. What do you think is wrong with the Shangqiu kingdom? Yi Xian frowned. Zhou Xian suddenly said, something's wrong. As soon as she finished speaking, the tombs in the distance began to tremble. In the next moment, the tombs split open and experts walked out. When these people walked out, Yi Xian and Zhou Xian's expressions changed. All of them were Life Profound Realm experts. There were a total of 49 Life Profound Realm experts. So many Life Profound Realm experts? Not only Yi Xian, but even Zhou Xian's expression changed. Di Ming looked at Yi Xian and smiled. What a joke. You still think that the Shangqiu kingdom was destroyed by swordsmen? Who gave you the courage to think so? Yi Xian looked at Di Ming and said nothing. Zhou Xian suddenly said, Sir, if it wasn't because of swordsmen, then why did the Shangqiu kingdom? Speaking of this, her pupils suddenly shrank. Was the Shangqiu kingdom destroyed? No. Not only was it not destroyed, but it became even stronger. According to the ancient records, the Shangqiu kingdom did not have so many Life Profound Realm experts. But now, the Shangqiu kingdom had 49 Life Profound Realm experts. Including Di Ming, there were a total of 50 Life Profound Realm experts. Needless to say, this lineup was extremely terrifying. Di Ming suddenly said, You seem to be confused. Zhou Xian nodded. Yes, we are. As far as we know, the Shangqiu kingdom did not have so many Life Profound Realm experts. Di Ming smiled. Yes, we did not. As he spoke, he glanced at the people behind him and smiled. We have given up on the majority of our countrymen and gathered our resources together. Then, we will provide them to the most outstanding people in Shangqiu. Do you understand? Zhou Xian frowned. Abandon most of the people? Di Ming nodded. Yes. Zhou Xian was silent. He was shocked. What did abandoning most of the people mean? It meant that Di Ming and his people plundered all the resources, abandoned the people of the Shangqiu kingdom, and concentrated all the resources on the most talented people of the Shangqiu kingdom. What was the result? After all these years, all the ordinary cultivators of the Shangqiu kingdom died, while the people behind Di Ming advanced and reached the Life Profound Realm. Ruthless. Zhou Xian looked at Di Ming and his people and said nothing. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, What's going on between you and my big brother? Di Ming looked at Yi Xian and smiled. When he came to the Shangqiu kingdom, he wanted to challenge me. But I was in seclusion at that time, so I asked him to wait for me. But he seemed to have something else to do. So he left me a wisp of sword chi and left. Then he told me that if I came out of seclusion and destroyed his sword chi, he would show up. Today, just as I came out of seclusion and was about to destroy his sword chi, you came. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn. What a coincidence. Di Ming looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Since you said you are his sworn brother, I will fight with you first. It makes no difference whether I fight with him or you. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn, the difference is too big. Di Ming was about to attack when Yi Xian suddenly said, Didn't he leave you a wisp of sword chi? You can fight with his sword chi first. Then he opened his palm, and his brother's sword chi appeared in his hand. Di Ming looked at Yi Xian. You want me to fight with a wisp of sword chi? Yi Xian nodded. Di Ming narrowed his eyes. Are you insulting me? Yi Xian was speechless. Di Ming said again. Or do you think you are not as good as a wisp of sword chi? Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. Big brother. Why didn't you do things more thoroughly? You should have beaten this guy into submission back then. At this time, Di Ming smiled and said, Let's spar. Yi Xian thought for a while and said, You are my brother's opponent. If I fight with you, I am afraid he will be unhappy. You, Di Ming frowned. Why are you talking so much? Since you are his sworn brother, what difference does it make if I fight with him or you? Yi Xian's face was as black as a sheet. Small Tower suddenly sighed in a low voice. This difference is really big. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Di Ming suddenly opened his right hand. In an instant, the space-time in front of Yi Xian suddenly overlapped. At least hundreds of thousands of space-time overlapped. In an instant, Yi Xian felt a terrifying space-time pressure. Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed slightly with an additional hint of seriousness. His opponent was an expert above the life mystic realm. Suddenly, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand flew out. Swoosh! As soon as the green profound sword appeared, the overlapping space-time was destroyed. Di Ming was slightly stunned by this scene, and then he smiled. You're not that weak after all. Yi Xian smiled. Do you really want to fight with me? Di Ming nodded. Of course. You can call your brother here. Yi Xian thought for a while and said, Then I will call my brother here. Di Ming was speechless. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the sword chi of his brother floated to Di Ming. It's easy to find him. Just sense the sword chi. I believe you can sense him. Di Ming looked at the sword chi in front of him. After a moment of silence, he looked at Yi Xian. Forget it. It's too troublesome. I will fight with you. Go ahead. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, what should we do? Yi Xian thought for a while, and then walked to Di Ming. He handed the green profound sword to Di Ming. I will give you another opponent. Hold this sword and sense it. Someone will find you. Di Ming looked at the green profound sword, and then at Yi Xian. I will not. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Oh no, this guy doesn't play by the rules. P.S. I'm going out too. Come back and write more. A wave and a wave, a wave and a wave, I'm a wave, a wave. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.